Good morning. Here we are in the CCTV archives. Travis Washington, Chris Lavalette, and crew have been holding it down all night long. We have behind the camera now Josiah and Aubrey, and I think I saw Miles here wandering around also recording. And Travis is still there behind the board. So, good morning, everyone. And we are here in the CCTV Archives closet. This is what we have been fundraising for all night long with the 24-hour telethon. Some great programming. You can always, if you're watching this on YouTube, you can always scroll back, I think, and watch what was going on last night. I'm going to start walking you through and just read you some of the titles of what's in the archives. And if you hear something that you want to see, it may be digitized. So we have here shelves and shelves of archival tapes. I'm not sure how the framing is. I'm going to walk up here. I'm actually going to walk up here and flip this around, and then I'll see what the framing is so you can see. So that's the archival tape, and you'll see it says there dig and a little red dot. And the red dot, I think, was Nat's. And the dig is ours, meaning it has been digitized. And it may or may not be available online yet. But it means that we have saved this tape. And then there are numerous other tapes. What number is this? This is number 231. So let's find that and put that back on the shelf where it belongs. This is DC number 2, C-SPAN and the White House. So this is an interview that Lauren Glenn and Nat did with Brian Lamb, the founder of C-SPAN. And in large part, CCTV is modeled in its gavel-to-gavel coverage of municipal meetings after C-SPAN, as well as events and community happenings. But I was going to find you another tape here. Here's one, for example, CCTV Wednesday, November 8th, 1989, 2 hours and 2 minutes, and it does not have a little red sticky, and in fact, it says bad. And bad means that it probably can't be digitized. This is called the Disability Speak Out. It's an hour and 57 minutes and 26 seconds. So again, if you are able to watch and you are able to call in at 802-862-3966 and you hear the name of a title, here's a tape. CCTV Saturday, 2/20/93, 2 hours and 36 minutes. The spine has faded. I can see Clavel PSA. Clavel press conference, newsreels, Clavel press conference from February 18th, Clavel PSA. So this is all when Peter Clavel was mayor of Burlington. Tape 699. Tape 698 is missing. It's probably in the digitization flow. So we decide on digitizing tapes depending on the order, depending on if people call to have them digitized and ask us to use them. Carol Browner visits Burlington. Oil tank shots next to barge canal shots. So before the waterfront is the way it is now. There was a plan to build on the waterfront. And then there were citizens who fought to make sure that if you're going to build on the waterfront that you preserved large amounts of open space. So it was a big fight and a big win for the city of Burlington. The oil tanks were taken down. That's what I think we have is we call it the North 40. It's that big open area of land that the bike path wends its way through, and the bike path was moved over to the lakeside. And then the barge canal, of course, is on the other end of town. So I don't know where these oil tanks, if these are the oil tanks near the barge canal or oil tanks that I'm thinking of in the North 40. Right next to that is the Burlington City Council from 1993. We saved some municipal meetings from back in the day, but all municipal meetings, and all of the coverage that we did was on VHS tape. And that VHS tape at the time was cost prohibitive. It was expensive. And so we needed to make sure that we were, we still had enough tape to keep recording things. So we would record over tapes. And at that time, some of the municipal meetings were recorded over, but we kept large portions of them or would give them to the municipalities. This is the dedication of the Champlain Water District. This is water treatment facilities, zebra mussel press conference. So this must have been at the beginning of the zebra mussel infestation on the lake. Tape 1957, that has been digitized. Raising emus in Vermont, a subject. There was a period of time that the Vermont Commissioner of Agriculture would come in, and he made some programming that was pretty intense and interesting about his work wandering around Vermont. Famous program on the castration, how to castrate your own bulls. Howard Chapel renovations. Fire department interviews. Sanders CVR press conference. Vermont Cares Fire. CHC new location ceremony. So the Community Health Center. I don't know where it moved from, and I don't know if this is 1994. It's probably moving to its new location down the street. So that is a ceremony honoring that. And then live at 5:25 with Chief Scully, then Police Chief Scully, July 13th, 1994. Public hearing. Burlington, 1995 on the budget. So what was Burlington thinking about the city budget in 1995? Oh, that's in my handwriting. Fascinating. Live, Remigio and Tiger, Puerto Cabezas. So Remigio and Tiger are a couple of folks. Burlington has a sister city relationship with Puerto Cabezas, Nicaragua, and Remigio and Tiger are some musicians that live there. And that program, I'm guessing we may have done either a live, 1995, were we doing a live stream? Probably not. It was probably playing back some recording of them, probably from Dan Higgins. Dan Higgins is a co-founder of CCTV. I'm going to go back to the back of the closet and we will start reading some of the tapes in this back corner and see what we have. And again, if you're watching or you want to call 802-862-3966, I can play back many things from the archives. This whole corner, I will read things that say digitized on them. So let's see. The top has not been digitized much, but here, a whole pile of Channel 17 live shows. This tape, Channel 17 live shows from 1990, and it just has the dates listed. October 25th, October 26th, October 29th, October 30th, October 31st, November 1st, November 2nd, November 5th, November 6th, November 7th, November 8th, and November 9th, 1990. I don't know how you get that many tapes. It must have been recorded in long play. For those who don't know, you could record in long play and slow play or standard play, and you could either get 2 hours of programming on a tape or 6 hours of programming on a tape. But the 6 hours would have been sort of lower quality. Act 200 public hearing, tape number 2 of 3, raw and edit. Because again, you could only get about 2 hours of programming. So if a meeting went for 6 hours, that would be 3 tapes. I can't even imagine how many. Mayor's Youth Public Forum from 1991. What is 242 Main? That's tape number 959, 2 hours and 2 minutes. How do we get that extra 2 minutes on there? I think you had a little wiggle room. VNRC Transportation Forum, Vermont Natural Resources Council Transportation Forum from 1992. Inside the State House, number 2. So that was a program done about the Vermont legislature and the Williston Select Board candidates from 1992. We've been doing election forums almost since town meeting TV began. For those that don't know, CCTV was started in 1984 and then began the government access channel for this region in 1990. And that was then known as Channel 17. It's how a lot of people still know about us. And now we have changed ourselves to to Town Meeting TV from Channel 17. I'm looking at 1990. CCTV, no, I'm looking at 1985. CCTV Video Dance Night, September 26, 1985. And then to the left of that, Howard Mental Health Opening. Hokie interview on Bright Street. Old Garbage Building, Pine Street. Pat Peterson interview. CCTV dance promo. And Nat on 22. I think that some of that is in the, I don't know if anybody in the control room is listening, but I could really use a tissue. I didn't realize that I would need a tissue. Step Up Roundtable. Bernie speaks at 44, Paradise. Grandmothers, Children's Book Awards, Star Farm Nursing Home. Christmas Tree, North Street Lights. Mike Bernhardt, Short Talk. Alexander Coburn at Contoys. Maynard Glitman and Dot Chart, Street Worker Interviews. Oh, interesting. Mac V's Perfect Gift. Mac V, I think, was an activist. Joe Inzatari interview. I don't know who those folks are. Williston Planning Commission. I'm going to be right back. You stay here. Oh, there's a phone call coming in. Hold on. Oh, let's answer the call. Oh, missed it. Nope, there we are. Hello, you're on the air.
Hi, how you doing? I'm really interested in the archives that I've seen you display so far, and I was just wondering if you had anything community-based by chance, or anything focused on the central Vermont. Yeah, I want some stuff on the Ramble.
You want to see some programming on the Ramble. Well, I can't find it by looking in...
I heard this one actually happening today, but, I mean, I don't know. I want to see what it looked like before I get involved in this one.
Sure. The Ramble is the Old North End Ramble. Let's go to... I'll meet you over in the archive. I'll meet you over in the studio, okay? Join me over in the studio, and we will... we'll find some programming on the Ramble, okay? July 26, 2025. We are doing this today in conjunction with the Old North End Ramble. It's a huge party around the Old North End. There'll be roller skating and pottery sales and barbecues and dance parties and yard sales and a fair. Juntiques will be having things, Decatur Fest down on North Street. And we are doing this today, the Old North End, the telethon, in conjunction with the Old North End Ramble. And so I just went to the CCTV website and I put in Ramble. And I have a lot of programming from us. But let's click on here, randomly here, 2012, the Old North End Ramble, and see what we get. How are you getting audio?
That's how I got to know. That's how I got to know. I know if you see her, you'll tell me 'cause you are friends. I got to find.
It's Brett Hughes. And I don't know if you can hear me, but this was recorded by
These are handmade by myself.
Sean.
Late into the night last night. They've got beans in them, a little special spicy mixture, and oats. And we actually put out the recipes as well because one of our goals is to have people, grow everything in their garden and be able to put it together into a meal. And so yeah, we try and mimic that to help promote that type of ideal. So
That's Sean and Miles behind the camera.
And they're
Said
fun to
Sean
make.
just
It's
came
a
to his
yearly
house
thing.
to do lead testing.
not even work.
Which is, of course, how
And
this
plus we get
community
a few
rolls
for ourselves.
and how the archives roll. This was recorded by Henry Pine, then a volunteer intern who worked with us for years.
I'll never rest till I find out why she had to go.
And that's Jonathan getting his face painted.
Thank you for your precious time. Give me 5 stars. That's how I got to Memphis.
It's probably
That's how
copyrighted.
I got to Memphis.
There's Max Tracy wearing his Old North End jumper. And the One World Market, you can go see that today on North Street. And that's where we are, the North End Studios. That used to be where the International Craft Fair was held during the Ramble. Downstairs.
Sure. So today we're here at the One World Market.
There's Laura.
This is actually the 8th year this event has gone on. We moved from a parking lot outside the old CBOEO building, and it's now here at North End Studios, which is a really nice space to be enclosed so that in case it rains, no problem. It's air conditioned, which is wonderful. And we have about 23 vendors here today, all different kinds of work. The idea behind the One World Market is to give people a chance to try out their products. You know, we have some established craft people here, but we also have people who've never done a show before. So it's very inexpensive to be a vendor here, and it gives you a chance to reach out to the community, to support artists and craftspeople in the Old North End. And I'm here with my work for Found Beauty Studio. I make everything out of old recycled products, so if it's been discarded, I've probably made it into a planter, a bag, or some other household product.
Hello, my name is Steven. I represent Squirrel Parrot Apothecary. It's a small business of mine. I started up in November. I do soaps, hand salves, lotions, infused oils. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Tiffany, and my business is Crooked River Arts, and what I make is I make sculpture and jewelry out of clay, primarily high fire stoneware, though there are a bunch of different techniques that I use.
Flip upside down. These are old fire guns. These guys are flower drippers.
So I'm going to skip forward. I don't know, I'm hoping you can still hear me. I'm going to skip forward to some more, hopefully, outdoor shots. This is Decatur Fest 2012. And our friend Josiah is going to be taking us live to the Ramble later today. So hopefully we'll see some Decatur Fest 2025. Oh, that's Eli Statz, who was here last night performing, interestingly enough, as part of the Ramble, selling some of their early wares at the 2012 Old North End Ramble.
Wait, how much are the watermelons, Mom?
I'm just saying.
How much are the watermelons?
We used 20 cans of great stuff to make that big foam thing on top. The paper mache.
Great. That's a good way to start a Saturday morning, is watching a 2012 Ramble, and hope that if you are watching now, you are going to get out there and ramble on with us, and you might stop over at the CCTV Town Meeting TV studios as part of your rambling, 294 North Winooski Avenue in Burlington, Vermont. And I think I'm just going to take this opportunity to look up Henry Prine and see if he is in the archives. So I'm going to go search using his name. Sometimes the archive's very specific. And there we have some 2009 CCTV 25th anniversary special. He's probably in that. Summer Camp Youth Media Makers. Let's see, 2013. Oh, that was the same year. Oh, this is an interview with Henry Prine, but not a video interview. Is that right? Yep. And then let's look at one more. These may be all things that he, this is a news item about Henry, who was nominated for the Hometown, United Way's Hometown Hero Award. And he did a ton of work with us. And if, Henry, you're out there, we love you and miss you and appreciate all that you had done for the archives. So let's go back into the archives and see what other titles we can get, okay? So hopefully the control room can follow me there. And now I'm back. So let's start reading through some titles. This is one of the two closets that we have. This is the oldest closet. And just for fun, I'm going to take you up to the very first tape. They're in chronological order because Nat Eyre, who was our founder, one of our founders, along with Lauren Glenn Davidian, he and Nat was a consummate, I think that's the right word, archivist, cataloger, and the very first tape, which has been digitized, says Nat's Access Tape. That's the very first tape, Nat's Access edited tape. It's probably not It's probably not the very first tape that Nat recorded, because he was already, before he met Lauren Glenn and Dan Higgins and crew and was brought into this wild and crazy project called CCTV, he was already recording things in the community. And there are a lot of things in here that involve his kids and involve things that he was involved with and interested in, or that Linda Eyre, his partner then, was also interested in. Political happenings, community happenings, jugglers, magicians, just anything that Nat was curious about, he seemed to go out and record. And when I met him was in, when I came to work in 1993 for Town Meeting TV as a field producer, I got to meet Nat and learn from him. Red Maple Holly, near 20 minutes. Burlington, this is, oh, we've got a call. That's so exciting. Answer correctly. Hello, you're on the air.
Hey, Megan, this is Miles Jewell.
Oh, Miles, what a surprise. Good morning.
I know it. Good morning. How are you doing?
Good. What are you interested in about the CCTV archives?
Oh, are we getting a double call? Oh, it's a delay. I am interested in, I was watching the show, and you're talking about the early days. I'm curious how far back you can track yourself into the archives.
Oh, well, that would be, I think the earliest thing that I've seen in the archives is 1985. And I feel like you may have seen some of it because you're, of course, Miles is working on a film about CCTV and community media in general. And so I think it's 1985. Nat was recording. I was part of the mayor's youth office, which was a program under Bernie Sanders to support youth. We actually had an office in City Hall, and that was why it was called the Mayor's Youth Office, MYO. And we ran a project called the Queen City Special newspaper. And it was my first intro to the world of community media making. I was the photography editor. But we also started, I was part of a dance troupe, and we started a dance troupe to perform in City Hall Park. Then the thought was, if you want, I mean, City Hall Park has always been a place where the city has struggled to make it welcoming and inviting, and they did programming. And the idea was, like, if you want people to come there and enjoy the park, make programming. And I, along with Selena Colburn and Rachel Siegel, started a group called Contrast to perform in City Hall Park. And Nat recorded some of that just in his out and about happenings. So it was even it was around this, it was 1995. Yeah, so it was before 1985. I'm sorry. Did that answer your question?
It did. And can I have a follow-up question?
Cool. Yes.
I'm curious. So if you can see footage like that of yourself, are there other treasured moments that you can place that are both maybe, of yourself or other happenings that you remember just as a community member, as opposed to being a person that worked at the station?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's hard to disaggregate, but just the other day I was like, oh, I know we recorded the Magicians Without Borders, and it happened to be one where my kiddo was about 3 years old and got up on stage, and I had recorded the performance as part of like the work that we do here, recording things in the community. And so it was fun to look back and see that. And then that's a hard question to answer, except for this. This is the way that I answer it, and I don't. I'll see if I can think of a specific example. I don't think there is a conversation that I have with somebody who's involved in the community, and I don't think, oh, we have something like that in the archives, or, oh, that person that you're talking about is in the archives, and it may be a short clip. One of the things that Is that sort of getting at what you're asking?
Yeah, totally.
And I'll think if there's a specific example, but one of the things that we're doing, I was involved with the Greens, the Vermont, the Burlington Greens, and Murray Bookchin was a thought leader, and I just looked over and I saw Bookchin at some point is on this tape, number 170. I don't know where he is, or if it's just maybe there's a clip of him on there somewhere. But things like that happen often. The fact that there are recordings of Murray Bookchin and an interview with Murray and Dan is really fascinating to me. Visuals of the waterfront before it was developed, because that is also interesting to me. And one of the things that dogs me, it's one thing that sort of chases me, is when things are happening and we're not out there recording it. We didn't get it, or things that may be missing. And so one of the things that we're going to be doing in the coming years, we have 2,000 tapes to digitize. Let's not forget, we're doing a telethon and we're trying to raise money for CCTV archives, to save these archives. And so that's what we're here for. And so if you want to make a donation, you can make a donation to help support these archives. There are 2,000 VHS tapes left to digitize. It costs about $50 a tape, essentially, to digitize them and put them on air and save them in our backed up storage system. And eventually everything in these archives will be backed up to the Internet Archives as well. We have a pretty reliable, robust, redundant archiving system here for our digitized materials, but we also recognize that we want it to last beyond that, both for the kind of the unique perspective that it was from 1984 until the present day, but also ongoing. And then we want to invite folks who have material to put in the archives, to put that in the archives. So currently, for example, if you record something that's part of a demonstration or a parade or a protest or a lecture or a talk, you can come and get equipment to record it. Or if you use your own equipment, you can submit it to be part of the archives so that it will be there as part of the community experience and community story. Or, and we've had folks bring us tapes, bring us boxes of tapes. You can send us your tapes, or you don't just mail them in. You call us and talk to us. You can bring us tapes, and we will consider adding those to the digitization schedule as well. In some cases, when folks have brought us large boxes of tapes, they have supported us by paying for that digitization. And we've worked with folks, so there may be tapes back here that were given to us that we have added to our collection because we recognize there may be holes. There's no holes in Nat's collection because Nat's collection is Nat's collection, but there may be other pieces of the Burlington or Chittenden County or even Vermont experience that we want to include here. So David Littman, Contoys. Miles, are you still there? Did you have more that you wanted to, is there anything you want to see in the archives? Is there anything that has jumped out for you that is interesting and meaningful?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of stuff. I was just thinking of, either historic moments that, or shifts in time. So, for instance, you search Radio Bean and you might see a Speak Out, going back to 2001 when 9/11 happened, or, and that's when I was a first-year student at the University of Vermont. So it's really, it's definitely interesting to be able to kind of scratch around in there, and then all the things that you uncover, for instance, watching Exit Voices and seeing a friend, Eric Seitz, give an exit voice in 2011, who now is, he works for Pitchfork Farm, runs Pitchfork Farm. So all these intertextual moments of just keep uncovering people in these little snippets of time. And then in terms of something to see, I don't know what a good search word would be, but maybe something like radio being to see what has happened there over the years, or maybe giving people an idea of how they could search the archives if you're going to go do a search. What would be good search terms? I know that you did ramble, but I'll free up the lines and hopefully somebody else can call in.
Thanks, Miles, and thanks for your attention, your continued attention to the archives and finding all these little bits and pieces. I'm going to read a few more.
This was just my way to get myself in the archive even more, too, just by the way. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. So that's Miles Jewell. He's working on a CCTV film about CCTV and community media. And as he said, I do feel a little like I'm living in the Matrix. A recursive universe where I've done Exit Voices. That's when we go to the polls on election day and we talk to community members. And one of the things that's really interesting is if you look at, we do them based on wards in Burlington, and we go to Winooski and South Burlington and Essex, and you can see some of the same people over time. It's strange that we're there for a short period of time, but we'll end up interviewing some of the same folks and these characters who emerge, and also that you can tell, sort of the quality of a community by the characters that emerge that speak to you. Pieces of the quality of the community. Shots of the meter maid. Nat on the news. Jane Driscoll press conference. I feel like I don't read enough of the titles that are up there, because when I come in here to look at them, I'm often looking at the ones that are down below. And we only have about 15 minutes left, so again, if you are watching this, 802-862-3966, and you can tune in and see us on air. 802, you can call in and you can ask for Sanders Campaign 1985 Spaghetti Dinner Election Day 1985. Rav Puppets, Art and Fashion, Pink Elephants, Basil, Electric Meetings, 1985, Poets for Bernie. Let's go look at this series of tapes. So there are a couple of ways to look things up, and we will go over to I'm going to take all three of these tapes down. They've all been digitized, so we're pretty careful about what happens with the tapes. We're pretty careful about how we handle these tapes. And we keep the tapes even after they're digitized. We've got another call. That's so exciting.
We're pretty careful about what happens.
Oh, you could turn down your sound and then we'll hear you. Good morning. You're on the air.
Meg?
Hello. Is that Kristen?
Saying good morning, and I wanted to say I so appreciate these archives, and I hope people give money. Also, I'm not only because they are digitizing history, but they're creating history. I'm struck by all of the characters from the past 40 years that I recognize as being part of our community and also part of creating our history. So, and I just wanted to say I appreciate your font of incredible information and history around this town. If I have a question, I ask you, and I think part of that is because of the work you do at CCTV.
Thanks, Chris. Fangirl Chris. Chris is her own archivist as well. She's her own archivist of her community. And one of the things that we have to encourage you to do is send in recordings that you have made of things around, because you are always recording and telling stories. And then somehow, one of the things that we want to impress upon people is that we can't just rely on social media to keep our stories for us. And especially in the age of digital media, which is so much more ephemeral, like we have this closet full of tapes, right? They stay there. They're going to fall apart. We have to digitize them. But digitizing them isn't enough. You have to like catalog it, and you have to back it up, and you have to preserve it. And as you know, when you put things on your phone or you put things online, it just gets lost. 5 years later, you're like, where is that thing that I recorded? I know I got that thing. And you, as somebody who's made albums and albums and albums of physical media, I right, Chris? And you know, like where are the things that you recorded 10 years ago?
Yeah, exactly. It's true. What else was I going to say?
No, it's a little early for a lecture about archives, but
good.
I've had my coffee, so.
Yeah. Are there going to be more performers playing today?
There is going to be a whole lineup of programming today. So we have community producers who are going to be in Lydia Diamond Tea Talks. Gary DeCarolis is going to come in at 9, and he does a program for the last couple of years called Celebrate Life, and he interviews people. He basically said, why am I learning about people from their obituary after they're dead? I want to bring people in and interview them, and he's going to be interviewing his wife today at 9 a.m. And then we will have Bruce Wilson, Art So Wonderful, interviewing his buddy Candace Owens. And then we have Tea Talks with Lydia Diamond. We have Miss Black Vermont is going to come in and do a cooking demonstration at noon. And I know there are other things that I can't remember. Thanks for calling, Chris.
All right. Love you. Bye.
Love ya. Okay, I'm going to go over and see if we can't look up some of the titles that are on these 3 cassettes. I'm headed to the studio. Meet me there. 8 minutes. I thought I had till 7:30. That's okay. Here we go. I will take the last bit of time that I have to get with you all about these tapes. So we have 3 tapes here, tape number 42 and 41 and 43. And they have some keywords on them: Cookie Lady, Election Day, Art and Fashion Show. And you can use a keyword to do a search, but you can also use the date. If you know when something occurred, you can use the date. Or in our case, we could actually even use the tape number, although the tape number is so very specific that let's see if I type in tape 43, if I just type in 43 and search for 43, I should search for 42, shouldn't I? Let's see, I get a lot of things that have the 4 and the 3 in them, and that's not going to work for me. But let's go to the last and see if it, oh, whoops, there it was. There we go. Sanders for mayor spaghetti dinner. Is it digitized? It is digitized. Look at that. It's a 50-minute program. And it was that's Huck, I think that's a picture of Huck Gutman. And I don't know if you can hear me at the same time, but here we are. That's Frank Hewitt dancing on the floor. He's an art professor at UVM who's passed away. Looks like some swing dancing going on.
Go ahead, fine.
And Nat's trying to find a place to start recording. One of the things about Nat's recording is I feel like there's always, oh, that's interesting. That Sanders for Mayor bag is in the front office here. It's hanging on the wall. Nat always managed to get, like that shot is so interesting. We see the face of the person behind her. We see her hand playing. He had an attention to detail not only in the way that he created the archives, but also in the way that he's looking at people in spaces. So I'm going to take you through right there, like that shot where he doesn't react to the fact that somebody steps in front of the camera. He waits, he gets this woman's face. Just a very careful attention that's worth studying. I'm going to take you through the different way to search the archives. So this one says Pink Elephant Theater. So I'm going to see if that comes up as a title if I search Pink Elephant. So you can search by tape number. You can search by keyword. Oh, look at those people. So Pink Elephant Children's Theater, right there. It pops right up. 1985. And we can see people coming in to somewhere in Burlington. And again, like our archives are things going back to the 1980s, but they are also everything on this right-hand side. You can see what's coming up next on Town Meeting TV. And we have a whole bunch of programming, but at 8 p.m. So I guess today until 6 is the telethon, and then like this Congresswoman Becca Balint panel discussion on the future of our democracy is now part of the archives. As soon as it's recorded, it is part. It follows the same metadata standards. We add all of the title, the information, who recorded it, where it was recorded, when it was recorded, as well as keywords so that it becomes searchable. But this, like the fact that Natus is sort of like looking through, paying attention to people, recording people who are in the audience is kind of amazing. And then there's probably the performance as well. But the performance was part of what the whole event was really what was worth recording. And then the last thing I will show you is how to search via a date. So for example, if you know the Congresswoman Becca Balint panel discussion on the future of democracy happened on a certain day and you wonder if we were there and we recorded it, or you knew that there was a program recorded on 1985, March 2nd, you can also go here and it actually tells you to do the year first, the month, and then the day. And we will find everything that was recorded on March 2nd, 1985. And there we have the puppets of Basil Milovsarov, and we can look at that program as well. So that is the CCTV archives. That's some of the CCTV archives, how to search it online, how we store it in the closet, but also why We need to preserve these archives. As I said, all of these have been digitized, but we have about 2,000 tapes left to digitize. It's about $50 a tape. We have a match. Orly and Bob Yadin, who have supported the archives for a number of years, have pledged $10,000 match. So they're hoping you will join them in supporting the archives. And I am being given the wrap-up signal. Thank you all for watching. This has been a fun little dive into the work that we do here. I will be switching over to answering the phones, 802-862-3966. You can call and tell us what CCTV means to you. You can make a pledge online, or you could just go to cctv.org/donate and make your donation there. Any amount. You don't have to split. You can match that $10,000 right now. I think we're up to about 1,000. You can match that $10,000 right now if you'd like, or you can make a pledge of any amount, $5, $10. Recurring donations are also welcome and will go to support the archives and the work of digitizing, saving, preserving these tapes. So I'm not sure where I'm passing it to. I am gonna just say thank you very much. I am passing it off to the Rats Mission parking lot. It looks like they're setting up a pool for today in the Old North End as part of the Ramble. So take care and be well.
Program. We're talking about food and clothing and shelter. We're talking about the richest society in the world letting children go to bed hungry at night. This is not a battle that we're involved in a war. And we need to take a look at this very seriously.
I don't know what's going to happen right now. I'm very concerned that from the low-intensity, psychological, covert war, we may go into an overt war down there. Right now, the Mexican military has 200,000 troops. Over 60,000 of their elite are in the state of Chiapas.
Hace posible que el crimen se haga gobierno en México.
Nicaragua, this is not Angola, this is not some small and distant country. This is our neighbor on the North American continent, a nation whose history, whose people, whose culture is deeply intertwined with our own. It's a nation of 100 million people, one river away.
I'm Fred Tuttle.
I'm Soren Smith. Nice to meet you.
What are you doing down here?
I've come to talk to you about this little campaign you're running here.
Oh, that's a great campaign.
Yeah?
I hope I win.
What are you going to do if you win?
Go to Washington.
Oh, yeah? So if you beat Senator Leahy, what are your...
Senator Leahy, I can't beat him. I don't believe, but I'm going to try it.
What happens if you win the primary? Are you going to run against Senator Leahy, or are you just...
I might be a little afraid, but I don't know. Really, I'm not, at this moment, I'm not really sure when I run against Leahy or not.
Okay. So tell me how this all got started. I mean, why did you decide to do this?
Oh, I've been home here all my life and never been anywhere on just World War II. I just wanted to go somewhere, get out. Go to Washington, maybe, you know.
Why Washington? Why would you want to go to Washington? It's all a bunch of politicians down there.
No, it's worse than politicians. I'd want to change it a little bit down there.
I remember, I don't know what you guys do or not, but it seems to me that they sat in the balcony and then they would jiggle. The kids would jiggle the backboards that were up on the balcony. So you come down, you take a shot, you go up for a shot, and the rim of the basket would be moving like that.
That was a part of the home court advantage.
That was part of the home court advantage.
Sit there on pictures? Whoa!
On behalf of all our delegation, thank you for your hospitality and the hospitality of the people of Port Nicopete. It's been absolutely wonderful. You could not have done more for us.
There were a lot of things that needed to be fixed. We had one of the most liberal criminal justice systems in the country that ignored the rights of crime victims and really trampled on them. And it was as a result of going to the legislature as a citizen advocate, using up all my vacation time to be in the legislature to try to get changes passed, and then having so little happen as a result of all of the time and effort that I put in. And I decided that maybe I would be better off being in the Senate with a vote than being outside just with my voice. And that's why I ran.
And during that 18 years, I followed Andy through 4 radio stations and a TV station. And I'll follow Andy Porter anywhere. He's the best, most sensible, soundest person on state and local politics there is. He's got a quick mind. He's got an instant grasp of the issues, understands numbers, and is consummately fair.
The truth of the matter is that huge numbers of people do not come out to city council meetings or zoning board meetings or planning commission meetings, not in Burlington, not in Essex Junction, not anywhere. But the fact that these programs are now televised gives local people all over the county an opportunity to learn what their local government is doing, and that is a major, major, major step forward over what used to be the case. So in a sense, you're opening up government to far more people than used to be the case.
Our forefathers did stand on Christian moral values, and I ask for you to do the same thing. America was founded on these moral values, and America thrived back then. But today, just over a matter of a small period of time when they've taken prayer out of schools, they've done just these little minor things, but it's brought disease and famine to America now, such as AIDS.
I am a mother of 5. It would not be my choice to personally have an abortion. It doesn't belong in the platform of any party. It is in your heart and in your personal feelings that a woman's reproductive freedom comes into play. We don't legislate any type of moral or non-moral or whatever you want to call it values. I do not support people who say women do not choose. It's a hard choice that women have chosen when they have a termination of a pregnancy. Keep them in your minds and keep them in your hearts, but not in legislative involvement. It doesn't belong there. Women have the right to decide when to bear a child.
I'm Peter Frayne, and welcome to Point Counterpoint. Tonight's debate comes to you from Room 11 at the State House in Montpelier. The topic of tonight's debate is something that's been very much in the news this year and very much of a surprise: industrial hemp.
So when women's liberation and gay liberation hit the streets in the 60s, we were all astounded. We welcomed the movement then and now, which is a movement for human rights and for basic freedoms. We welcome it today, we'll welcome it in the future, and continue the struggle.
I think if it wasn't the Vermont Women's Celebration, we wouldn't be getting the support from the community that we are getting from the women's community. And from not just the women's community either.
Buzz, Crook, and Warble is our new exhibit here at the center. Be sure you don't miss the frogs and snakes.
Here you have to take chances and have fun to discover new ways to think about the basin. For example, here you have to smell things.
Yuck! Pick up that back heel, bend down, tuck your tailbone under, way. Hey,
3 and 4 years old, my father was dragging me with him to the various clubs he was playing at around New York City, the Village Vanguard, Blue Note, Bitter End, places like that. And my mother was, at the same time, was taking me to films.
I looked at the statistics where we are in this country and the level of fitness, and I found out that although the adults have been doing really well, the senior citizens and the youth of this country have been really falling behind.
Đó trong xe hơi hoặc chỗ quý vị làm việc cho dễ nhớ, luôn luôn tự nhắc nhở là mình sắp bỏ hút. Kể từ nay, quý vị không mua một cây thuốc nữa mà chỉ mua mỗi lần một gói mà thôi. Bởi vì khi có thuốc nhiều thì quý vị sẽ hút nhiều.
Where was Margaret's hardware store before they built that building?
Across the road.
You got it.
Way to go, way to get him. We didn't want to be rescued.
Give him a hat, Herb.
He's got a hat.
I got so many hats there.
Yeah, another bottle of Banal.
Banal, there you go. Oh my God, right on the floor.
You don't endorse me. Don't call me.
Actually, I do.
Well, they're looking for
Go ahead.
some stuff.
You did great. I couldn't have done better myself.
Is this what you want?
Oh, yeah, great.
I happen to have a video camera, and so I never thought that I would put it on TV.
Uh-huh.
But it's sort of...
How was it seeing your first thing on television? I mean, at home and...
Then or now?
No.
Now it's embarrassing.
Why is it embarrassing?
Well, because the quality was pretty poor.
I have cable on a little black and white TV at my house, and I like watching Channel 15 and even 17. And every time I turn on 17, and this is not just because I work here, but every time I turn on 17, for 10 minutes, I learn something about what's happening in my community
That you would not really...
that I would not have gotten otherwise.
I like to watch the city council meetings and see, I guess just the city council meetings.
I like a lot of the late night shows, and a lot of the public people in the area get to voice their opinions on things. I think that's very valuable, and most of the other stations won't do that.
I do, and I love it. I really do. The meetings I don't get to, I can go and watch them on Channel 17.
180,000 people in Florida whose votes were not counted constitutes about 60% of the people of the state of Vermont who, in fact, cast votes. And I think that process and that result is outrageous, and it is unacceptable, and it is an insult to the democratic process.
History is an amazing thing, sir. It does not lie. In 1777, I teamed with Sir Hillary Clinton. No, that was Henry Clinton. I'm sorry, of New York City. And we formed with the British and had treason against the revolution.
We don't live in a parliamentary system, but it is only natural to expect that people like myself, who have been honored with positions of leadership, will largely support the president's agenda. And yet, more and more, I find I cannot. In order to best represent my state of Vermont, my own conscience and principles I have stood for my whole life, I will leave the Republican Party and become an independent. Control of the Senate.
Well, I have respected and admired Senator Jeffords for a long time, and he's been a good friend to me, and I believe he's doing what is true to his conscience. And I understand it, understand what has happened. I probably don't understand completely what happens in Congress, but he is being left behind, in a sense, by the Republican Party, and that's too bad. We need to have room for the moderates and the liberals in our party, and that's why I'm sorry to see him leaving.
Tragedy struck us in the United States today, and the enormous impact of it is, I'm sure, yet to be felt. Just to put things in perspective, there are, as I understand it, about 50,000 people work in the World Trade Center towers. In Burlington, there's about 40,000 residents, and so there are more people that work there than there are that live here in Burlington. And I think for people who live here in Burlington, my guess is a lot of people here are going to know people who were affected by this. We're going to see, I think, a lot of people are Burlington residents who have family and friends who are most likely to be victims of what happened today.
Lots of people were more surprised that we were attacked, and that people actually were able to get into the plane and attack us. But what we should be more surprised about was that it actually took this long.
There are blood drives going on, and we'll have a number for people who want to donate blood. We do envision sending some nurses and doctors either to New York or Washington. We do have flight capacity to help in the New York and Washington area with the National Guard, which will be doing that under the auspices of the federal government, not under my auspices.
Botanists tell us that it's nectar that makes the honey so sweet. Nectar was the delicious beverage of gods Roman and Greek. Ambrosia was the food of the gods when Greek fire saved the navy. Here in the Queen City our ambrosia is nectar's French fries and gravy.
You have about a minute.
Oh, boy. My name is Lower Main Street. Some people call me Nick Shieldrop of 57 Main Street, but you can call me Lower Main Street. I spend a lot of time cleaning up the green belts down there on Lower Main Street.
I'm Mary Fillmore, also from Burlington, and I would like us to consider the possibility that, as grave as this situation is, it is being used to distract us from a lot of other very serious matters that are being pushed at the same time, particularly in terms of the violations of civil liberties. Now, we have already had roundups, and I'm sure that you could comment on this. We've already had roundups of citizens simply because they're from the Middle East. Most of us in this room don't happen to be among the people who are directly being attacked in that way. Doesn't mean that it isn't of equal concern to us.
$7 trillion of our country's wealth has disappeared. Nearly 1 in 10 retired people have had to return to the workforce because they've lost their pensions. Young people returning home to live with their parents after graduation because they can't find a job. Companies leaving the country to avoid paying taxes or avoid paying people livable wage, and corporations doing this with the support of our own government. And a political process in Washington that they rent, if not own.
This is a major event in all of our lives. And for so many older soldiers, this could be a culminating event in their careers, a chance to finally put things to, use some of these things we practiced for years and years. For some of you younger soldiers, you might not believe it, but it's going to be a defining experience in your lives. And it's going to be a great, great experience.
Bob, what can I do for you? This is John. And my friend said, well, Senator, I'm having this little problem. Well, Bob, don't you worry about it. We're going to take care of that. We support John McCain.
On Tuesday, I need it, I want to win in Vermont, and I would be very honored by your support.
I think all of us feel cynical about politics sometimes. It seems like it's a business instead of a mission. And yet, when you look at the two men standing beside me, it's an indication, in fact, that things can change, that we can overcome that cynicism. That's what this election is going to be about, and that's why I want to make sure that everybody is as enthusiastic as I am about making sure that these guys end up in Washington where they can keep on stirring up some trouble.
So, Steve, tell us about your bicycle.
Well, it's a project that I actually thought up about 30 years ago, started working on about 4 years ago after thinking some more and building a model that I said, yes, this could work. So then I built a working model using a conventional bicycle frame and just welding a few parts on it.
Yeah, the students from the Department of Community Development and Applied Economics, they are brought here by their professors, and then I lecture them. I love being in the community, and I know it's not only selling food, but also getting to know the people around.
Oh, my name is Lucy Kimunya. I just came to come and buy the calling cards to call my mom in Kenya. I come from Nairobi, Kenya.
Hi, I'm Henry, and I'm here with Felipe and Paul, and I'm going to start by asking them some questions. So, Felipe, can you tell us about what your favorite food is?
Cereal.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Josiah Oak. I am a recent graduate from BHS, and today I'm here hosting on TTV, and I'm going to be talking with a good friend of mine, and by good friend, I mean someone I just met several minutes ago, but hey, still a wonderful person regardless. Gary, you want to introduce yourself?
Thank you. Well, I'm the host of Celebrate Life, and it's a once-a-month program that we interview various people in the Burlington area to literally celebrate their life, with the idea being that why shouldn't we celebrate people's lives when they're alive and vital versus read their obituary after they've passed away. And so we've been doing the show for about 5 years now, and it's been absolutely wonderful and well received by the community.
Oh, it sounds really nice. I know you guys have a segment after this in about an hour, so I'm really excited to see something about that. But I guess behind the scenes a little bit, you talked to me and you said that you were a counselor at some point. Do you mind just expanding further on that?
Sure. Well, back in the early 1980s, which seems like ancient history right now, but CCTV was a part of it. I was a city councilor from 1982 to 1988 and represented part of the Old North End here, Ward 3. And I'm honored to have done that and saw a lot of wonderful things happen to our part of the city. And and it also, I have to say, having that experience really helped forge my career after that. Yeah.
And so I guess talking a little bit more about your tenure there, how did that really change your perspective on the community, being such a big part of it and, obviously making a lot of rules and doing a lot of things? How did that,
Oh, the Old North End and Ward 3 in particular had been pretty much out of the loop in terms of progress in the city. For example, the streets were in bad shape, the sidewalks were terrible, there was no trees on the green belts, there were no commissioners in the whole commission form of government from Ward 3. It was in pretty bad shape when I first was elected in '82. And so fighting for our piece of the pie, making sure that we were represented on various commissions, and that the folks who were living there deserved a decent life. And so we worked very hard to make that happen. So, yeah.
That's pretty noble of you. Thank you. Yeah, because the thing is, normally when I hear a lot, especially I talk with a lot of people who are from outside Burlington or from, generally outside Vermont. Whenever I hear them talk about Burlington, they always talk about it like it's just, I don't know, like it's Chicago almost, right? There's crime everywhere, drugs on the streets, people laid out, homes barren, all that. So how do you feel when you hear people talk about Burlington that way, especially after knowing how hard you guys worked? And how do you think this community could improve, or do you think it needs to improve in overall?
Well, first of all, I think Burlington is an amazing city, and I absolutely love it, and fell in love with it when I first came here in 1975. It is a true community. People know each other. You're a part of something bigger. You can make a difference in the city, and if you get involved at any level, from the neighborhood planning association to just local HOAs, and you can make a difference and I encourage people to get involved. Could we be a better city? Well, nobody's perfect, no city's perfect, and so there's always opportunities to make ourselves better, and I think we're all about doing that. And that's the beauty of the city. We see the issues that arise and we tackle them. So when people come from when people come from outside the city, I think they see a pretty amazing city. Sometimes when people who have lived here a long time see trends that are not going in the right direction, and it gets worrisome. And all I say to them is get involved and try to make a difference. I mean, I'm a big believer in that if people get together, amazing things happen. And you don't have to have the solution before we get together, but if you gather folks together, you'll find that solution. And so, yeah, that's where I'm at with the city.
I think I'd be inclined to agree. We definitely think we could do a lot for this city, and I definitely think it's very important for all of us to especially stay together, keep the city together, and then we can continue doing important things together. Now, as for someone, let's just say that hypothetically, we have a young individual watching, right? 7:30 in the morning. They're probably very, very tired, but, just trying to wonder and hearing you talk about this, and it inspires them to want to go do more things for their community. Do you have any specific recommendations or anything that you would have for, that you would let people know about, things that they could directly help this city?
Well, you're a young person. You just graduated from high school. What I would encourage you to do is, if you're interested in wanting to make the city a better place, is to get involved and to go to a city council meeting on a Monday night and just listen what's going on and some of the issues that are relevant to us, or if you have seen things that bother you, that you think we could do differently, then I would recommend you either call your city councilor, because we've got 2 in every ward around the city, tell them what you're thinking, write a letter to the editor, 7 days, and let them know what you're thinking. When I was 13, 14 years old, I can remember I had issues with the school board cutting music in the high school, and I wrote a letter to the editor about that. And it felt good to do that, but I realized that in writing that letter, I was making a difference. I was beginning to make a difference at a young age. And so there's ways, some people are more out front and they're willing to put themselves out there, and other people are great writers, other people are artists, and there's ways of using the arts to make change, all kinds of different ways. And you really have to know yourself and know what you do well and what you love to do, and then use that to make a difference.
Hey, you know what? This doesn't sound like that bad of an idea. I might give that a try. But I guess speaking more about that, and I guess just talking to the editors and trying to make change to the media as well, and seeing things that you want to make a difference, I guess that kind of brings me up a little bit to the archives, because I think an important part of especially keeping maintaining this city and trying to make sure that everything's healthy and trying to make it a better place, a part of that is learning about our history, right? Exactly. Without looking back, you can't move forward. Right. And so I guess that brings me up to the topic of the archives, the whole reason why we even have the show in the first place. We're donating for it, I'm sure you know. But what do you think about that? What do you think about the archives?
The archives are an amazing thing. I mean, when I was on the city council in 1982, CCTV was recording those meetings. And Burlington back then was a fairly staid community. And we've gone through a tremendous transition to be the vibrant, active city that we are today. All that's recorded. All that's history is in those archives, and they're accessible for people to tap into, for research, for pleasure, for a sense of history. And if the thought of not having that catalog that way and not accessible to people, tremendous loss to this community. I can remember when Nate would be at those meetings, and sometimes, we're talking 11, 12 o'clock at night, and important decisions are being made in those wee hours of the morning at times, and he was right there recording everybody. It's all in your archives. And I think it's a worthy investment for people to say CCTV matters, those archives matters, and we're going to send a small contribution to help it out. So, yeah.
I'm grateful. So I think we just got a call earlier that just got us a huge donation. So I mean, honestly, I'm not expecting anything that big. So I think it was like $600, and I was like, oh my God, that's a paycheck. But I'm just really glad that people are really here to support it and to show how much they care about it. Because at the end of the day, I do think a little bit of it, like you said, is just a big part of this community, and people going out, even if it's just through like $1, or even through it's like coming out and doing events like this. It's really inspiring to see that people care about the community so much that they'd be willing to help preserve its past and as well as its future. Because think about it, if we keep the archives, we're going to keep making things for it. We're going to keep seeing future senates, future leaders get their rise, get their start over here, journalists, all that. I think it's very important.
Another example of the importance of the archives, when Bernie Sanders was running for president, of course he was mayor here for a number of years, I think 8 years, And so those archives allowed people to see that he was a good administrator. He brought in bright people to work in city government to make a difference. Without those archives, it becomes more of a hearsay thing. But we've got a living document through all those meetings that he attended and spoke to, and all the different things that he got involved with. So it goes from some, you can't change history when you see it on TV. It's there, and we have all that. And that really, I think, helped someone like Bernie, who was running at a national level, for people to go back and see, yeah, this guy did a great job as a mayor of a city in Vermont. And so that's the kind of things that you can find in those archives. They're really available for all kinds of research if people want to do that.
Yeah, I think that's a great point you made. I didn't even think about how the fact that Bernie would be there. You know what I mean? He's such a
all over those archives.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's so big from our perspective that it's crazy to see that he started from here. Oh, yeah. You know, but I think. The more I think about our community, the more I think about how it reaches out to, I guess, the rest of the state, or I guess even the rest of the country. How do you think Vermont as a community can have its impact, or what do you think makes this place special, even in, more than just its community? What do you think really makes this one area compared to everywhere else so unique and so special that it's worth preserving and that it's worth caring about?
Well, Burlington is a special city, and in many ways over the years we have been able to do things that have been a model for other cities and other places in the country. I know when I went to Washington I was chief of children's mental health for a number of years, and a lot of the reason I got that job is because what I was able to accomplish here in Vermont. People matter in Vermont. It's and I've traveled just about every state in the country through my work over the years. And one thing I can tell you about Vermont is people do matter more than any place in the country. From the state legislature to town councils and all, people are always at the top of the agenda. And that's what separates Vermont and Burlington in many ways from the rest of the country. And people look to us for how do we care for our people? What do we do here that we're not doing somewhere else in the country that they can replicate? And so, yes, we struggle, but we struggle and get to some pretty neat solutions through that.
Definitely. It's very nice to hear the fact that people here matter so much, because we may not have the biggest population or the most luxurious cities or not all the most things to do, but we have people here that are important, that are caring, that are loving, and that, like you said, that are willing and worth visiting here and worth seeing. And so, well, I guess thank you. That's really all I have to say for this interview. I think I might want to let you set up. We don't really have that much time for the rest of the interview, but hey, great job. It was wonderful meeting you, Gary. I'm going to lead into you in a couple seconds. So just feel free to take it back. I heard Barbara, your wife, she's got also something really cool planned. So hey, I'm really excited to see that. So yeah, well, I'll just talk to them for a little bit, just get personal. But thank you. But hey, thank you to Gary. Absolutely wonderful job that he did. That was the first real big interview that I did. I'm really excited about how that went. But I guess I'm just gonna talk a little bit about some of the stuff that he talked about when it comes to community. I was not born here. I was here. Oh, I'm going to wrap it up. All right. So, well, I'm going to shorten whatever I was going to say back to around roughly 1 minute. I wasn't born here. And so the fact that I was able to learn, I wasn't able to experience this community growing up, but I was able to learn about it. And I was able to become a part of it, even over something as short as 5 years in the grand scheme of things. I was really proud to have seen this place grow and to meet all the wonderful people. And it is, it inspires me to want to do more, even something as odd as coming on television in the morning. I cannot stress this is the morning.
Thank you.
I'm tired,
and
but I care about my
Travis,
community, and these people are
5, 4, 3.
important, and I'm willing to make that change, and I'm hoping you are too, whether through donation or through some of the things that he talked about, writing articles or trying to get in contact with people, just any way that you can. And so anyway, we are going to lead into the show, Celebrating Life, with Gary and his wife Barbara, and we are going to lead into them right about now.
I just very briefly want to say thank you so much. I think I was very shocked, honestly, seeing your total budget and everything you do with that. and we often have conversations about investments that we could be making as a municipality and trying to sort of squeeze every dollar out of taxpayer funds, and clearly you all are doing that in a variety of ways. So I really appreciate it, appreciate the role you play in preserving our democracy. Thank you.
I also just appreciated seeing some of the numbers in here. I think we're clearly getting great value for what we're receiving, you know, based on the rates that you charge for production. And we'll offer my annual appreciation for Town Meeting TV for working with us on catching up on our funding share.
Can I just add to that they're also safely storing all of our equipment that normally lives at 2 Lincoln, so it does not get messed up in the renovation. So much appreciated.
And thanks for your election coverage.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's like our Christmas or holiday. Yeah. We love it.
I'm always happy with CCTVs and Town Meeting Television Services to Essex Junction. I've been a longtime board member, and Amber is now a board member, and we can't keep our government transparent without them. So
I think what you're doing is important. You know, it just holds everyone accountable.
I see your crews all over the place at different events, covering political events, non-political events. It was really nice to see, I think it was 2 separate crews rolling through the Winooski Senior Center for Election Day. Just, you know, and providing that coverage of Election Day that we wouldn't have received otherwise in Winooski. So the work you do is definitely appreciated by the community, so thank you.
Thank you very much for your patience in sticking with us this evening. I want to echo the comments made by Councilor Kane and others. Deep gratitude and thanks for your team that we have here at all these meetings and all our other city events. And thank you, Kevin, for your representation of us on the board. I really appreciate your being here this evening.
And thank you for Travis. Yes, thank you, Travis, once again.
I've been on the town meeting trustees for, 7 years or something between Burlington and Winooski. Every year, they get less funding from cable and somehow provide more coverage. And that has been consistently trending for like a decade. So, great job.
Thank you, Councilor Newby.
A little painful, but yes.
Yes.
It's true.
If I can just make a statement while everyone's here, I just wanted to say what a tremendous effort y'all have put forth as we bounce our meetings around from City Hall to the community center to the Brownell Library. This is now our more permanent home as City Hall is renovated, but your team has been excellent in making the adjustments and meeting our needs, and even as we try to find space that's private for executive sessions, they've been accommodating to all of that. And so I just wanted to take a moment and say thank you and extend a bit of gratitude to everyone involved for that, because it's out of the norm, but the ability to adapt has been amazing. And so I didn't want that to go unsaid.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how we managed without having everything online. It's so convenient when you want to catch up on something or miss something. So super helpful.
Thank you.
And good job getting $1 million out of the legislature.
Yeah, it's always a great experience. It's always very professional. Everyone's very patient. Everything works really well. Could be happier with the service.
Thanks. I just want to thank you all. Your work really contributes to the strong sense of community here. And I'll say that I would not be a city councilor if it wasn't for your work. Just the accessibility of being able to explore and learn so much at your own pace about city affairs is just a tremendous asset. It's incredibly valuable. Thank you.
Do you have video production experience? Are you interested in local government and public affairs? Do you want to produce media that makes a difference? If so, we want to work with you. Town Meeting TV is hiring part-time field producers to cover Chittenden County municipal meetings and public events for our government access platforms on TV and online. Meetings typically take place during evening hours and with some weekend event coverage. Help open the doors to local democracy and keep the community informed. If democracy means more to you than just meetings, this position will be a great fit for you. We're in need of someone with open availability in the evenings and some weekends. Scheduling will vary from week to week, with between 5 and 15 hours per week. Please be Co-Director of Production, S. Herron at cctv.org. Town Meeting TV, we want to work with you.
iFi, an app for your phone to watch videos in your language. The Vermont Language Justice Project has a mobile phone app that will let you find and watch lots of videos in your language. The videos share important information about life in the U.S., your health, and services that are available to you. The Vermont Language Justice Project is a nonprofit organization, and we make these videos with experts like doctors, nurses, and teachers. We always make sure the information in the videos is correct and truthful before we get them translated. Our translators translate the videos into many languages so that all people can get this important information. One way to find and watch our videos is in our app, which is called Information for You, or iFi for short. The app is free to download and use. We will never ask you for money or for your personal information. You will not need to create an account or share your contact information to use our app. To get the app on your phone, go to the Google Play Store if you have an Android phone, or the Apple Store if you have an iPhone. Download and install the app on your phone. After the app is installed, tap on the dark purple iFi icon to open the app. Find your language in the list. When your language is highlighted in light purple, tap on the arrow button. All of the videos you see are in your language. You need to be connected to Wi-Fi or use your cell phone data to watch videos. The videos are organized by categories to make it easy to find what you are looking for. The categories are health, health testing, mental health, climate and weather, safety, housing, food, finances, employment, children, transportation, life in the U.S., Vermont, your rights, education, and healthy living. You can scroll down to see all the categories. You can also choose which categories you want to see by tapping on the categories listed along the top of the screen. You can choose as many or as few as you want to look at. To see all the videos in a category, tap the arrow. To watch a video, tap the image. You can make the video bigger by tapping on the expand button at the bottom right of the video. You can turn your phone sideways to watch it in full screen. To change the language, tap on the arrow on the home screen. We add new videos to the app regularly. The 3 newest videos are always shown first under each category. Don't forget to check the app regularly to see new videos that have been added.
To this special show of Celebrate Life. My name is Gary DeCarlis, and I'm your host. Before we get into the show, though, I want to just recognize the fact that this is part of a telethon that's been going on since 6 o'clock last night in order to raise funds to preserve and keep the amazing archives that CCTV has accumulated over the last 41 years. If you're so inclined to help support us, you can go to telethon.cctv.org, or you can see on the screen there's a phone number to call, and or you can send a check in to CCTV. They're at 294 North Winooski Avenue, Burlington, Vermont, 05401. Having been a part of these archives and various little snippets of film over the years, I can tell you they're a treasure trove of information about this great city, and county, and state, for that matter. And so the thought of losing them because of the loss of federal funds would just be a terrible loss for this great city. So it is a worthy investment if you can do that. It is very much appreciated. Also, there is a donor that has offered a substantial amount of money on a match situation. So your dollar will actually become $2 up to $10,000. So it is a great time to step up and do something for a wonderful treasure in our community life, CCTV. With that, if you're new to this show, Celebrate Life is all about interviewing people to celebrate their lives while they're very much alive and well. I thought of this program years ago when I was reading obituaries and saying to myself, gosh, I wish I had gotten to know that person when they were alive. Well, this show is dedicated to meeting people who are very much alive. I'm a firm believer that everyone has a story to tell, and all lives are worth celebrating. So if you know someone that might be interested in being a guest on the show, or if you're interested in being a guest on the show, you can write me at celebratelife0747@gmail.com, and I'll be glad to put you on the schedule. We're starting to book 2026 already. Well, I'm very honored today to have a very special guest, and it happens to be my wife, Barbara Benton. Hi, Barbara.
Hello.
Good to have you here.
Thank you.
So we're here to celebrate your life. And where would you like to begin? Where does the story begin about this great life?
Gosh, what a big question. Well, I think the story might begin is that I didn't want to be on the show for 5 years.
Okay.
And then, I don't know, watching these shows that you've done, and I thought, I just started to think, why not? And what an amazing thing this is. So, and it's and my experience now has been that it's been a wonderful chance to reflect on my life, and I appreciate that. So
good.
That's a good place to
That's
start.
a good place to start, yeah.
Yeah, but other than that, I suppose, starting with the fact that I was raised in a military family. My dad was in the Air Force, so we moved a lot. I really didn't know my extended family very well at all. Just to get a feeling of that, I was born in Idaho, went to Illinois, went to England, went to Tennessee, went to Kansas, went to England, and moved to Texas when I was 12.
Wow. So what impact did that have on you as a little person?
Yeah, that's how long do we have?
We have a good hour.
Yeah, so, there were pros and cons. Definitely pros and cons. The cons, one of them I mentioned is that I didn't know my extended family. I have a first cousin that I never even met, right? I reconnected with some relatives later in life, which was really nice. But I met them only a few times when we would be passing through en route from one place to another, right?
Yep.
And so I think that was hard. My family wasn't a family that talked about feelings and things. So I didn't have aunts or uncles to connect with. had a couple of teachers that were really instrumental in my sort of becoming a more conscious human being, and more in touch with myself, you know.
Did those teachers mean more to you because you were moving so often?
Maybe, I don't know. I don't have anything to compare it to, so I'm not sure. You know, the upside of moving is that I was always the new person someplace, and some of those, actually only one of those was a military school where everybody was coming and going all the time. That was in England. But, you know, in the other schools, most of those kids were going to be in that school forever, you know, for their whole school lives. And I was the new kid, you know, so it made me, I think, more adaptable. But it also gave me an appreciation of what it's like to be new and to not know anybody. And to not, I feel like crying, you know, and I think in many ways that's really shaped my life, is that feeling of wanting to give people what was given to me by some and not by others, right? But that I wanted, you know.
So you had a better sense of yourself because you were, I mean, the only common denominator was yourself in all these different places, you know, and then...
I guess I got to triangulate. I got to see myself in a lot of different situations, from a lot of different perspectives, right? I remember when I learned that word triangulation in physics in high school, I just loved it. I glommed onto it. And I think maybe you've hit on the reason why.
So you went to England as a part of all this moving twice.
Yeah.
And well, that must have been something special. I mean, a whole different country, different culture.
The first time I was like 3 to 5, and we lived in an English village called Wood Walton. And it was a very small place, had friends there, ran around, you know, climbed trees. My favorite thing to do in the world, climb trees. Not so much anymore, but you know, became a part of the community there. Of course, we left, but the second time was really a remarkable experience for me, because it just so happens that one of my teachers, a couple different teachers. I was there for half of 5th grade. I got there, and I come into school the first day, and we are studying The Merchant of Venice, because we were going to go to Stratford-on-Avon to see the Royal Shakespearean Theatre Company perform The Merchant of Venice. As a 10-year-old, I'm, you know, like, oh, this is different, you know. I came from Kansas. This is different. So my time in England was rich with cultural experiences, both, you know, theater. We saw the Nutcracker Suite, the Royal Ballet Company, you know, performing the Nutcracker Suite, but mostly historical sites, and just amazing things, from Stonehenge, when you could walk among the stones, and there weren't very many people there, to the London Museum of Natural History, the Museum of History, the Tower of London, the Crown Jewels, the Windsor Castle, the Roman ruins at Bath. It just goes on and on.
This is all part of your school?
And it was all field trips for school. And it was amazing. It opened my eyes to the fact that there was a world beyond me. I think. And that was the beginning, I think, of partly that triangulation, maybe, you know, that experience of I'm not the center of the universe here. You know, look at here's the Elgin marbles, and here's the mummies, the cat mummies. Wow, I had to go look at those a lot. You know, like, what people that would mummify cats. Wow, when they die, like wow. King Tut's sarcophagus, just like the whole thing. It was amazing. It was an experience that I don't think very many American children have of seeing the broader world and the historical context also.
Right. There's a book called Common Fire that I've read over the years, and one of the things they talk about in terms of what they tried to do is, what about certain people that they go out and make the world a better place to live for others, different from other folks. And one of the common things that they all experienced was what they called an out-of-tribe experience. They've gone somewhere as a family vacation or an experience like you had that opens them up to something beyond their community that they grew up in. And you had that experience big time.
Yeah. I have a photograph that I took, many photographs that I took, but there was a 93-foot blue whale model and a skeleton of one also, but like hanging overhead. Wow, talk about perspective, and also a picture of my best friend next to the Rosetta Stone, which was of course the key to translation of ancient languages. So amazing, amazing. I feel so fortunate. I think the rest of my life, in some ways, has been continuing to sort of broaden the scope, and that it's not about my experience as it is about our experience.
That's wonderful. So that's the positive side of all that moving.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So anyhow, what's this little girl who's going through life here? Did you have any early life mentors that you had, or people that you
Not really,
looked up to?
Not really, I don't think. When we were in Kansas, we were there because my dad was in Turkey for 18 months. So we went and we lived near where my mother grew up on a farm in northeastern Kansas. And, the freedom of running around on the farm, my grandparents were still alive, so I got to spend some time with them, although, again, not a family that was very touchy-feely in any good way, but caring, caring, and running around on the farm, and little snippets maybe of conversations with my grandparents, and it was beautiful, and to have a sense. My mother grew up during the Dust Bowl. She was about 10.
Wow.
9 or 10 when the Dust Bowl happened. Northeastern Kansas was not as bad as some parts, the panhandle of Oklahoma and Texas, for example, but and western Kansas, I think. But things, I think that deprivation, shaped her in many ways to become just very stoic and not very, demonstrative. Right. So, I can, it helps me to understand that. And it's an amazing thing. Years later, decades, 50 years later, I don't know, visiting and going to the cemetery there was the first time I ever was in a cemetery where I had relatives.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
And and the wind-swept plains, just an amazing, experience. When we moved to Texas, my dad, I think when I was 16, I think about maybe the whole year I was 16, he was in Vietnam as well. So since I don't remember a single dinner without him, and I know we ate dinner together every night, it tells me that it made an impact and I wasn't really aware of it at the time. But fortunately, he was in the Air Force. He, as far as I know, did not have any, I shouldn't say any, he did not have some of the terrible experiences that I've come to understand that many people did in Vietnam.
Right.
But that was, I think that was very hard, to have him gone. And then so he came back, and he got out of the military at that point. I think he was back for a year or something, and then they were going to send him to Cambodia, I think. And he was like, no.
He's had enough. Huh?
Yeah, had enough. He had been in for 28 years. So
wow.
He got out and he worked for the Postal Service. And then he was diagnosed with lung cancer a couple of years later. He died when I was 19, I think. 20, maybe 20, I forget. And at that point, I didn't know what to do with myself. I truly didn't. And he was sick for a year and a half, so there was this long period of back and forth to college and skipping classes, and that was just like I was done with school. When he died. So I joined the military. Well, you don't know what to do. I joined the Air Force, right? So. I chose.
What year is this?
I joined in 75.
Okay.
1975. So I was always kind of a, climb the trees and run around, so, and I was a ardent feminist from a young age. And so I decided that I would become a jet aircraft mechanic. And so I did.
All right.
I worked on F-4s and F-111s, mostly on F-4s. I was stationed in Korea for a year, South Korea, and...
Were there many women in the Air Force at that time?
Certainly not on the flight line, not very many.
Yeah.
One or two, maybe.
Yeah.
I was the only crew chief there. Which was my job title, crew chief. So that was really interesting.
Yeah. I was just reflecting a little bit, thinking of all the different places you lived in because of your dad's career. It exposed you to a tremendous amount of different people. I mean, just all those classes and all new. Yeah.
Of course, I learned to talk in England the first time when we came home. Nobody could understand me.
Because you had a British accent?
Yes, I had a British accent and a bit of a Yorkshire accent. So nobody could understand me. But that faded. But I do have this funny way that I imitate accents. And you've heard me years ago when my aunt was alive in Kansas, my mother's brother's wife, and I had reconnected with her, and I would talk with her on the phone, and I would sound just like her, which is it's Kansas, but it's Southern and kind of drawl.
Yes.
It was,
Yes. Give us a little British accent here.
Oh my goodness, I wouldn't know what to say.
Perfect.
I have great fun using accents with my granddaughter, of course, as you know, who just turned 7, who is the light of my life.
Yes, absolutely. So what was this crew chief experience like for you, Barbara? Korea and...
What was it like?
Yeah.
Well, it was empowering in a lot of ways. I was out there, I was... a crew chief's job is to do pre and post-flight inspections and, change tires and run engines and pull panels for specialists to come. We also uploaded guns, and I helped with all kinds of stuff like that. So it was empowering, you know. And to feel like I was serving my country and I was following in my father's footsteps.
Yeah.
Even though, as a kid, I was largely unaware of anything that he did in the military. Right. but it was and I also during that time started having a lot of back pain, and so discovered eventually that I have a congenital defect that caused my spine to kind of start to slide off of itself at L5S1, you know, so. And so that's not good. So I have been dealing with that my whole life. I'm a big fan of physical therapy. And I am also a big fan of staying strong.
Yes.
And of, you know, working out, and I do strength training, and I walk and I hike. I'm a big hiker.
I mean, you are a very big hiker. Talk a little bit about some of your accomplishments hiking.
Oh my, well, I had a job as a hiking guide actually after I came to Vermont. So I was a hiking guide. We stayed at, you know, country inns and did day hikes during the day, usually a week long or it was a weekend trip. And so I would hike, you know, 500 miles a season or so. And then I got to lead hikes in Arizona, which was in the Tucson area, which was really cool, and then did some extra hiking, you know, when I was there. So I got familiar with the Southwest I wouldn't have otherwise. So after about 32 years of hiking in the White Mountains, I finally finished all of them.
Wow, yes.
And
so this is all of the 4,000 footers in the White Mountains?
Yeah.
Which is how many? How many is that?
Oh, I keep forgetting, 46 maybe.
46, okay.
And then my friend and I decided, well, a big hiking thing before that was that my friend and I took our sons on backpacking trips and hiking trips, and that was the very best thing I think I ever did, besides read aloud every night until he was 17. Not every night.
Many nights.
After about 12, it was not every night. But so we did that 11 years ago. My friend and I and a couple of other women went to the Alps, and we hiked the Tour de Mont Blanc, which is about 110 miles, 114 miles in a loop. It starts in France, Italy, Switzerland, back to France. 2 years ago, we did 65 miles in the Dolomites in northern Italy, hut to hut. That was amazing. We right now are planning in a month, we are leaving, as you know, to go to the Alps again, and we are going to hike we're going to hike 125 miles from Chamonix, France to Zermatt, Switzerland. So that's basically Mont Blanc, which is the highest point of the Alps, to the Matterhorn.
Wow.
And, you know, going over ridges and into valleys, you know, so not at the heights of the peaks, but it's going to be amazing, and it's taken a year in planning. It's a very labor-intensive thing to plan.
And what has all that hiking that you love to do, what has it meant to you? What part of your life has hiking meant to you?
Oh, that probably opens the door to a lot of other things here. Yeah. Well, let me go back, and I'll get to that. Okay, I'll go back to, you know, after my dad died, I was in the military. After I got out of the military, my husband at the time and I decided to live off the grid. So we ended up living 14 years off the grid, 4 years in New Hampshire, and then 10 years in Cabot. So my son, James, was raised pretty much off the grid.
Wow.
And nowadays off the grid means you have everything, you just do it differently. And back then it meant you didn't have it, right? You know, so we did have solar lights. We had 4 solar panels.
Okay.
And a couple of other things, but so we were in nature a lot, growing food. That's when I started doing the hiking guide job. I became a New York State guide, a Maine guide, licensed guide. You know, so my college degree, I studied biochemistry for 3 years, and then then my dad died. When I got out of the Air Force, I went back to school, and I only needed less than a year of credits, and so I graduated from UNH, University of New Hampshire, with a Bachelor of Science in Environmental Conservation with an emphasis, not a minor, but an emphasis, they called it, in biochemistry, because I had enough biochemistry credits.
Right.
So I had this science background.
Yeah.
And I also did field research. I was a research assistant to a wildlife biologist. And so we did a lot of, time out in the field, and I learned birds and plants and trees, and it was amazing. I loved it. And it was the further riff on the theme of climbing trees when I was little.
Yeah.
My favorite thing to do. And so just, becoming more familiar and, living off the grid, you're more immersed in the outdoors. And then with hiking, it was pretty amazing. When I eventually went to graduate school to get a degree, when I was 40, I went to graduate school to get a degree in counseling psychology, and I've been a therapist for the last almost 30 years. One morning before a weekend class, I had camped out down there, and I hiked Mount Monadnock, and I had to be in class at 9 o'clock in Keene, New Hampshire. So I don't know what time I got up. I drove to Mount Monadnock. I basically ran up the mountain. I got to the top. It had been foggy. I got to the top, and I broke it just as I kind of came to the rocky summit. There had been a fog the whole time when I was going up, but I broke out into the sun. And then as I was going up and around to get to the rocky dome peak, I could tell that there was fog all around, maybe about 20 feet down, which was kind of odd, unusual anyway. I got up and I stood on the rock and I looked, and there was my full-length shadow projected onto the cloud layer.
Wow.
With a circular rainbow around me.
You? Oh my God.
And it was kind of like a jolt of lightning to like,
Did I die and go to heaven?
What happened? This is a miracle.
Wow.
This is some kind of thing that I don't understand.
Wow.
And that's kind of an example of the feeling of being above tree line, though, which is larger than life, which is you're so small, you're such a tiny dot, which contributed to my, I think my interest in Buddhism eventually. So nature, Buddhism, philosophy, psychology. It's all kind of wrapped up in some kind of spirituality that's not easily defined, but is very meaningful to me. And so yeah.
A deep appreciation for a lot of different little things in life that mean so much. Whether it's a plant or a tree or a little bug, you're really tuned into all that when you're crunching those feet up the mountain and down the mountain and around the mountain. It's a total experience, a total immersion, it sounds like.
It's really funny. I saw a little wildflower the other day when I was out on a hike with a friend, and it's called cow wheat, W-H-E-A-T, cow wheat. It is one of the most inconsequential wildflowers that one could imagine, and I hadn't seen it in 30 years. It was wonderful. It was wonderful. I love to share my love of the natural world with other people. One time I was hiking a long time ago. I used to study the guidebooks because I was just fascinated, and I wanted to know what was out there, and I wanted to call these plants by name. I wanted to, they're like old friends. You know your friends' names, right? So this is with a hiking group, actually, we were with it. So I was with this group at some pond up in the Northeast Kingdom somewhere, and everybody started looking at this little plant. And I looked at it. I had never seen it before in my life. It was a very distinctive plant. And I said, grass of Parnassus. That's the name of it. It was grass of Parnassus. I had never seen it before, and I have never seen it since.
Wow.
But
you knew.
I knew what it was because it's got a very distinctive one leaf that clasps the stem halfway up the flower stalk. And I forget at this point what the flower looks like, but I just knew it. And that level of connection with the natural world, those instances, the rainbow, the cow wheat, the grass of Parnassus, really stay with me.
Yes.
And,
it's your soul. Yes. Yeah.
So, it's interesting. So when we were in Kansas, unfortunately, I had the experience of being sexually abused by my mother's sister's husband. And in the world of sexual abuse, it was pretty minor, but yet it impacted me very negatively. And it sort of dominated my thoughts for years and years. And really, I didn't always make some great decisions, right? But eventually it was the thing that took me to counseling, to therapy as a client, right? And it was after my mother died. So my mother died then when I was 31. She had breast cancer and died. Something about that, I think, freed me up to sort of look more deeply, and so I started going to therapy probably when I was 32, maybe, and that was really an amazing experience for me, coming from a family that didn't talk about feelings. Feelings, I didn't know what they were. I didn't know I was anxious. I had no idea. But I learned a lot about myself, and it was such an amazing and transformative experience for me that's why I decided to go to graduate school to become a therapist. And it has really been, it was the best thing I ever could have done. I am still practicing a little bit, but just an amazing, it's work that speaks to my heart, that has, deep connections. It's a kind of a one-way connection in therapy, but yet, therapists still invest a lot in that relationship and care a lot about our clients. And I have learned so much from my clients that has been also an amazing experience. When I went to graduate school, my very first class about being a therapist, the professor taught us to meditate. We started meditating. I've been meditating ever since. It led me to Buddhism. It led me to the intersection of Buddhism and psychology and somatic experience, what you're feeling in your body and how that goes into the whole picture, which I was completely unaware of, for so long, and have come to see how valuable that is. It was
well, it's all that focus on the small, the little things in nature that mean so much. Then turned to you. You brought it in. You focused on the small things within you that really are drivers to who you are. That same process that you use with plants and trees and little insects.
I suppose,
yeah. Huh.
I forgot to mention my whole artistic side. I started playing guitar and singing way back when I was in the Air Force, actually, and I've had periods of time when I haven't played, but I love to sing. really the only reason I played guitar was to accompany him so I could sing. And that's an amazing experience there. I also I got fascinated with the idea of art therapy, and so I started doing a bunch of scribble drawings and a lot of oil pastels over the years for my own personal growth and insight. And I even did an oil painting, which I'm very proud of, my one and only oil painting, and which is of the Southwest.
Oh yes, that's in the house,
and it came. It was I used a photo that I took when my good friend and I, the one that we backpacked and traveled with our sons a lot, when we went out west for 2 weeks and we hiked and camped all around the Four Corners area. And we went to, of course I cannot remember the name of it right now, one of those ruins, and took a picture of a cliff dwelling, and so
you painted that.
Yeah, so I painted that. And that reminds me, so the amazing thing about taking our sons on hiking and camping trips was that, I was able to share something that was deeply meaningful to me with my son. And he grew up in Cabot and running around, and one time he was sitting in a tree and a deer walked underneath.
Oh my goodness.
Like just lots of very cool things. And but when he was 21, he was diagnosed with MS, multiple sclerosis. And so, at that point I was working as a therapist, but I really needed a lot of emotional energy to, he was 21. It wasn't my thing to manage, so it was deeply upsetting to me. But, I look back, it was absolutely a part of my spiritual journey, though, is to learn to accept reality. It just was what it was. It is what it is. He's 46 now. He's doing pretty well, fortunately, But, I gave him that experience when he could do it, which was amazing. But yeah, so I was working as a therapist, and then this job became available at the University of Vermont in the risk management department. And so I did a little diversion for 13 years at UVM. And I did have a small private practice the whole time. But my primary work, my full-time work, was doing laboratory chemical safety.
Wow. So
you can see that harkens back to my biochemistry background, my science background. I spend my time reading medical articles right now, all kinds of scientific articles, and very interested in the psychology of safety, what motivates people to be safe. So the job opening was to create, was to help, participate in and create eventually a lab safety program. And at the time there were 550 labs at UVM, so you don't necessarily know that from looking at the outside of some of the buildings. But yeah, so it was a lot. And, just using my psychology training and background then, along with my scientific background, to help create a program that was sort of a little more user-friendly. You can't just say the regulations say you have to do this. People kind of laugh at you when you turn around and go away. Or they do what they think they need to do out of expediency, or, so what I brought was trying to bring an awareness to people that their actions impact others. And, how they store their chemicals impacts others. If there's an accident, how they dispose of their chemicals, how they use their chemicals is impacting other people. And so I'm very proud of my work at UVM. Eventually, I ended up creating a
chemical safety program for the custodians, which were a very diverse group of people at the time. I think they were from about 18 different countries. Some of them did not speak English at all. And so it was a real challenge to create a training program, but I became aware that there was, you know, a need for a focus on that, for their own cleaning chemicals too, you know, and not that there hadn't been, but, you know, I felt that there were ways that I could improve on that. So that was really amazing.
Didn't you do something very special though at UVM with New Americans?
I mean, that was the custodial group,
right.
Yeah, and I tried to, in any way that I could to help them, not only to be safer, but to develop their careers and mentor as I could, help them write a resume that, you know, translated their skills that they had. Many of them were very skilled and educated people, right? Or you know, and had jobs back in their home countries that you know, they didn't know how to write that up in English for a resume. So I helped do that for several people, and that was really rewarding. You know, somewhere in there, I got a random email, and it asked if I wanted to, I still don't know where this email came from, if I wanted to host a student from Afghanistan.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I think that would be a good idea. and so Shafi came to live with me and my family at the time, you know, so for 10 months he was there. And so it was about the third day he was there. He arrived, as it turns out, like just one day after he turned 16.
From Afghanistan.
From Afghanistan. He's from Kabul, and he had been in Texas at a sort of a training program. So this was a scholarship from the U.S. government that was created after 9/11 to bring Muslim youth to the United States. And I believe this was the first year that students from Afghanistan were being considered. So he was chosen, I think they chose about 50 kids to come to the U.S. out of about 5,000 applicants.
Wow.
It was really, you know, very competitive. And the family had to agree that this would be okay as well, which was a very brave thing for the family to trust that their children would be taken care of when there are so many negative things said about Americans by, you know, very different groups of people over there, right everywhere. But so he came. So and about 3 days later, he said to me, "Tomorrow's Ramadan." And I said, "Oh, okay, right. I've heard of Ramadan." and he's still looking at me, and I said, "What does that mean?" and he said, "Well," he says, "it means I can't eat or drink anything, any water at all, even during daylight hours. So I have to get up really early and eat breakfast." I was like, "Okay." And he says, "Don't worry, you don't have to get up with me. I'll just get up. It's fine." And I said, "No, it's not fine. I'm going to get up with you." That single choice of mine, I would never have guessed that a 16-year-old would be that talkative once you actually wake him up and get him up at 3:30 a.m. would be that talkative about his life in Afghanistan and his dreams and his parents and his uncle's wedding and his siblings. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. So I became, I just think he is a stellar human being. He still is a stellar human being. I went to his citizenship ceremony in 2023.
Yeah.
He still lives in the U.S., so that was really amazing. And that, you know, I still consider him a part of our family. Of course, you do too.
Absolutely.
Because he's an amazing person, and I'm proud to know him. And I'm proud to, you know, hear about the kind of person his father was. Unfortunately, his father died at the beginning of COVID, of COVID,
Right.
Tragically. But you know, it puts me in mind of how people are not so different.
Mm-hmm.
People are not different, which is just another level of learning for me, you know, piled on top of all these other learnings that I had about people.
Yep.
And
you're still helping people from Afghanistan.
yes, I recently became a volunteer for the Vermont Afghan Alliance, and I'm a family friend to a couple and a single woman, and they all helped the U.S. When we were there, and since. So it's amazingly rewarding to you know, to now be able to welcome people in a way that I wanted to be welcomed. That I, you know, like to have that real feeling of I'm in a new place and I don't know a thing.
Right.
You know, and to be a companion on that journey.
Right.
It's amazing. So I'm very grateful for that experience.
So this, in a sense, all cycles back to that little girl who's over in England in this class, and new kid in school.
Always the new kid, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just amazing. You know, I've made it my my life's purpose to go deeper, and I say seek meaning, and maybe that's not exactly the right thing, to make my life worthwhile for something other than just myself and my own comfort, you know. I tried to instill, you know, values into James, my son, you know. The most wonderful thing he ever said to me was a few years ago. He's 46 now. You know, a few years ago he said, "Mom, I never saw you treat anybody differently for the way they looked," or you know. And I was like, wow, that's really wonderful feedback. I'm glad you saw that, you know. Yeah. And so, you know, trying to live a life that makes the world a better place. I'm very concerned about, you know, I've been reading articles about, you know, empathy's like an old-fashioned thing now. I think it's all about empathy. I think I just read a quote by somebody, you know, the first most important thing in the world is kindness, the second most important thing in the world is kindness, and the third most important thing in the world is kindness. And I try to live my life that way. It's interesting, when I left UVM in 2013, and I went back into full-time private practice, and then I was also for 5 years I was the senior clinical administrator for this large practice as well. So using my administrative and organizational skills in the psychology world now, but I had time to attend a ministerial training program, and I became an interfaith minister at All Souls Interfaith in Shelburne. And I've been very active there these last 12 years or so. I lead meditation service. I've led various discussion groups. Right now I have a discussion group called Big Talk, and which is the opposite of inconsequential small talk. Because I value having deeper conversations. I value talking about things that really matter. You know, how do we maintain empathy in a world that seems to want to split into either or all the time, and everybody's mad, and hanging on to their end of the spectrum, you know, which starts to wrap around and look very similar with all that hatred of the other, right? How do you stay in this middle place? And you know, if any of my clients ever watch this, you know, they're going to laugh, because I'm always talking about, is there a middle ground there? And
how do you stay in that middle ground?
How do you stay in that middle ground? It's the work of a lifetime. But it is worthy work, and helps you know, me to feel like you know, just modeling that as best I can with my granddaughter too, right? You know,
Right.
she sees that,
Right.
and that means the world to me, to be able to, you know, pass on kindness. I guess it's kindness, you know, like you know, like, do I assume the worst about this person based on this one thing, or do I not? You know. Instead of going to either or, do I consider that maybe there's some things true here, maybe some things true here, or good, you know, and maybe there's a way to find a middle ground. I've made that my life's work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It shows. So we're getting towards the end of the interview. Are there guiding pieces of wisdom or books that you've read or things that you've done that really shape you in a way that stand out for you that you want to share with the audience?
Lately, I have been thinking about a quote that is attributed to various people, and I'm not sure actually who said it, but that the opposite of a great truth is also a great truth.
The opposite of a great truth is also a great truth.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes. So, an example of that. So, if it's a something, you know, like gravity's going to work. You know, like that's a scientific thing that we can demonstrate, and so the opposite is not true. But a great truth is different. So that might be something more along the lines of, I use this in my psychology practice a lot, is, you know, it's not a good idea to pay too much attention to what other people think of us, right? So don't pay attention. Don't pay too much attention. But on the other hand, we need to pay attention to what other people think of us, so that we can learn and model pro-social behavior, you know?
Right.
And also, you know, like if you're the only one dancing on the table, maybe you want to look around and see that that's not the thing to be doing right now. But I think about that a lot lately. That's been a sort of a mantra that I go back to, and it helps me to remember to not go to either or, and to stay in that place. So that gives me, and that is an avenue that kindness is wrapped up in there somehow.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, any other piece of wisdom that you want to share with?
Piece of wisdom. You know, movement of the body.
Oh, well, yeah.
Movement of the body. You know, it's easy to become fossilized in a lot of ways in life. So we can become mentally fossilized in a way, not a term I've ever used, but you know, our bodies need movement. Our minds need stimulation and movement.
Yeah.
And so
yes.
I see what happens when I don't move. My back hurts worse, and you know, things are not good. I feel incredibly empowered when I go to my gym and I, you know, deadlift 80 pounds and I do 40 push-ups, and I will say the last 20 aren't that great, but from the toes.
But that
it's so when I finish that, I have no pain. I feel happy. I feel accomplished. I feel like I'm really showing up in my body and in the world. It's an amazing thing, and it is within our control.
Yeah, yeah.
And so I love that. And even though I'm not enthused every time when I'm getting ready to go to the gym, I am really happy.
And that's
how I feel afterwards.
That keeps you going.
Yeah.
And then do you get the same feeling when you finish a book that you've liked?
Oh my gosh, books. This has been a whole. I love to read. I love to read. I just read 2 Kristen Hanna books. You know, she wrote The Women about Vietnam. My dad was in Vietnam for a year. It really was eye-opening to me as someone who was a young teenager when Vietnam was going on. I was kind of unaware. That was so helpful. I ended up writing about my dad's experience in pilot training school, where he another airplane knocked his airplane out of the sky, and he went down with the plane. And you know, so I've been writing actually too, these books that inspire me. Then I read another Kristen Hanna book. I thought, well, that one was so good. I read The Four Winds, which was about the Dust Bowl, and then it was about how the migrants, the climate migrants, were treated when they went to California, which was abhorrent, and I had no idea. So I am very moved by the things that I read, and and I have been writing, and that is a huge creative outlet for me. That I'm so excited to be doing, because I feel like it's a way to share my innermost thoughts and feelings with somebody who might read it later, you know, like maybe my son, maybe my granddaughter might read those things later, right? So that's been incredibly uplifting for me also, and that's a kind of a movement as well, right? You know.
It is, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And circling back to the hiking, you not only climbed all the White Mountains of 4,000 feet or above, you did New England, right?
That's right, I forgot. Yes. Then my friend and I decided to do all of them in New England, which was 19 more, I think. So we would go to Maine and camp, and we'd do a couple over there, and then yeah, and of course we had done the ones in Vermont, but we went to Maine. So they're all in Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. So yeah, that was very cool. We're actually working on the Adirondacks right now.
Okay.
I don't know why we left the hardest ones.
Stay tuned.
The hardest ones for last. But it's been joyful to me to be outdoors, above tree line.
Great.
Kind of similar to climbing trees as a kid, I think.
I think so.
Getting up and getting a view.
Yeah, I think so.
Getting a view.
Well, it's been joyful having you on the show, my dear.
I am glad that I agreed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. We're done.
Okay, that's it. Okay.
The telethon is Friday, and I'm excited. Oh, and I want to be the first to donate. I'm donating $41 in cash today. I don't know if that's going to work or not, but put me at the top of the list. I want to donate $41, 42, because we have to give one for luck, because we want to remain right here. The community is in need of Channel 17, CCTV. We need this always, just like I talk about the People's Kitchen and the free food everybody eats no matter what. We gonna have a party this weekend, raising the money to save the archives. They are essential, and we need to have those memories always in good shape, because our children will learn from them. I got grandbabies now, so.
Wait, you can tell me a bit about like what you do here?
Yeah, so my name's Jordan Mitchell, and I'm Chief Archivist here at CCTV, Town Meeting TV, and a large part of my role with the archives is to, I guess, foster these analog materials and help make them available to the community. And you'll see in this closet here, we have a couple hundred tapes that are from the 80s and 90s. Our collection goes back to 1984, which is when the CCTV first started.
You guys know who Bessie is?
Swimming on the Moon?
Bessie's Films.
What's Bessie? How did you get involved first with CCTV?
Yeah, I volunteered just as a way to get exposed to the community and the studio programs that were happening. I learned like a television camera, operation and then eventually learned to like direct on the switcher on the TriCaster as well. I thought the space was so cool.
That focus, once you've got that focus, you're going to zoom out and frame up your subject.
We have a lot of rich history. It's a mix of municipal meetings and jazz festivals or other festivals, protests on Church Street in Burlington.
What other cookies can we have in there? Oreo? Peanut butter cookies?
Is this all of it? This can't be all of it.
No, and so there's a second closet as well. So this closet is like the really older stuff. Kind of has a little bit of that old smell to it if you really take an inhale. The founding archivist, Nat, was very detail oriented, and as you can see like on the spines of all of them, they're all numbered, so we know how many tapes we have and we know what's on the tape.
9,299? Oh my god.
No way. As you can see. Okay. And this closet is some of our newer stuff. It's still pretty old, but in here is everything from the 2000s and even early 2010s. We had continued to put content first on tape, and then we kind of transitioned to DVD.
It's like this.
So we've digitized about half of our collection, which means you can watch it digitally on our website. And if you go on our website, you'll see like a program page for all of the programs in our archives, but some of it might just not have a video attached to it. That's because it's stuck here on tape. It's unique that we saved everything. A lot of public access centers did not save their tapes just because of storage. My understanding is in the 80s and the 90s when they would like play programs on television, they would put in one of these tapes. That's why they're all 2 hours.
You all had one definition of community when you came into the class, and now you have a new definition. One word, phrase, wherever you arrived.
Resilient.
Trust.
Togetherness. Collaboration. Inclusive. Great.
Democratic. Equity. Connection.
Great. Yeah, right on. Wow. Way to get out of there early.
I wanted to bring these few points just to point out that these videos and this messaging is really helping us learn new things. We are learning new things that we otherwise did not know or had no idea they existed. Also, it helps us be careful about dangers that exist around us. These videos, this messaging, carry important messages that we think are to strengthen and to build our lives in this new culture. They carry education about, again, new things that people need in order for their life to prosper. And it helps bring change in the community. Things that when you learn new things, you know how to bring change around you and in the community in general.
I just very briefly want to say thank you so much. I think I was very shocked, honestly, seeing your total budget and everything you do with that. And we often have conversations about investments that we could be making as a municipality and trying to sort of squeeze every dollar out of taxpayer funds. And clearly you all are doing that in a variety of ways. So I really appreciate it, appreciate the role you play in preserving our democracy. Thank you.
I also just appreciated seeing some of the numbers in here. I think we're clearly getting great value for what we're receiving, based on the rates that you charge for production. And we'll offer my annual appreciation for Town Meeting TV for working with us on catching up on our funding share.
Can I just add to that they're also safely storing all of our equipment that normally lives at 2 Lincoln, so it does not get messed up in the renovation. So much appreciated.
And thanks for your election coverage.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's like our Christmas or holiday. Yeah. We love it.
I'm always happy with CCTVs and town meeting television services to Essex Junction. I've been a longtime board member, and Amber is now a board member, and we can't keep our government transparent without them. So
I think what you're doing is important. It just holds everyone accountable.
I see your crews all over the place at different events, covering political events, non-political events. It was really nice to see, I think it was 2 separate crews rolling through the Winooski Senior Center for Election Day. And providing that coverage of Election Day that we wouldn't have received otherwise in Winooski. So the work you do is definitely appreciated by the community, so thank you.
Thank you very much for your patience in sticking with us this evening. I want to echo the comments made by Councilor Kane and others. Deep gratitude and thanks for your team that we have here at all these meetings and all our other city events. And thank you, Kevin, for your representation of us on the board. I really appreciate your being here this evening.
And thank you for Travis.
Yes, thank you, Travis, once again.
I've been on the town meeting trustees for, 7 years or something between Burlington and Winooski. Every year, they get less funding from cable and somehow provide more coverage. And that has been consistently trending for like a decade. So, great job.
Thank you, Councilor Newby.
A little painful, but yes.
Yes.
It's true.
If I can just make a statement while everyone's here, I just wanted to say what a tremendous effort y'all have put forth as we bounce our meetings around from City Hall to the community center to the Brownell Library. This is now our more permanent home as City Hall is renovated, but your team has been excellent in making the adjustments and meeting our needs, and even as we try to find space that's private for executive sessions, they've been accommodating to all of that. And so I just wanted to take a moment and say thank you and extend a bit of gratitude to everyone involved for that, because it's out of the norm, but the ability to adapt has been amazing. And so I didn't want that to go unsaid.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how we managed without having everything online. It's so convenient when you want to catch up on something or miss something. So super helpful.
Thank you.
And good job getting $1 million out of the legislature.
Yeah, it's always a great experience. It's always very professional. Everyone's very patient. Everything works really well. Couldn't be happier with the service.
Thanks. I just want to thank you all. Your work really contributes to the strong sense of community here. And I'll say that I would not be a city councilor if it wasn't for your work. Just the accessibility of being able to explore and learn so much at your own pace about city affairs is just a tremendous asset. It's incredibly valuable. Thank you.
Do you have video production experience? Are you interested in local government and public affairs? Do you want to produce media that makes a difference? If so, we want to work with you. Town Meeting TV is hiring part-time field producers to cover Chittenden County municipal meetings and public events for our government access platforms on TV and online. Meetings typically take place during evening hours and with some weekend event coverage. Help open the doors to local democracy and keep the community informed. If democracy means more to you than just meetings, this position will be a great fit for you. We're in need of someone with open availability in the evenings and some weekends. Scheduling will vary from week to week, with between 5 and 15 hours per week. Please email a resume, cover letter, and one reference to Stephen Herron, Town Meeting TV Co-Director of Production. sherron@cctv.org. Town Meeting TV, we want to work with you.
I know, we will. We'll get to that. All right.
I'd like to introduce some new flavors to you all. Oh, yeah. Racist, racist, anti-gay, Donald Trump, stay away.
They just canceled Linda.
In the camera.
right, and thank you, Gary. That was a really, really great interview. I'm really proud of that. And you know what else I'm really proud of? I'm proud of all the donations that we've gotten. We've gotten around $1,404 with 12 cents on the board. And that's right, we are doing it to match. And so that is an incredible amount. Thank you guys so much for supporting us. Please continue to donate. Obviously, we could always do more, but again, I really appreciate all the work that we've done, and I cannot be more prouder of this community. And so, yeah, and soon we'll be going on to another show in about a minute or two. I have time to fill, so I'm going to talk for a bit. You should be able to donate at the number on the screen right about now above my head. It says you are watching CCTV's 24-hour telethon, and I'll tell you a number in a sec, as well as you could donate to telethon.cctv.org. It also says that on my sticky note. That is where you can, it's pretty easy to do donations on there. Just make sure to submit it and put in your card information. We won't steal it, I promise. But anyway, we are going to be going on to our show with Dr. Myers in an interview right about now.
Hello, I'm Louis Myers. I'm the host of Meet the Author, which is seen regularly here on a monthly basis. And today we're going to do something a little different. Usually we talk to authors who have written books. But today I have with us Miss Anastasia Arvin de Blasio, who is a third-year medical student at University of Vermont Medical Center and also has been working in emergency departments around the state and currently is also an EMT working on ambulances and rescue squads. In fact, she is here this morning having worked all night last night on the ambulance, so we have a special appreciation for that effort. I wanted her to come today to talk about literature. She's going to read us a couple of essays and poems that she's written, and we're going to chat a little bit about how literature has helped her through the process of medical school, which can be a very grueling process. So welcome.
Thank you.
I thought we would just start. I know you have an essay you'd like to read about some of the experiences you had on the ambulance, and then we can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, sure. So this is an essay I wrote just regarding kind of how my view of patient care has changed over the course of the time that I've been involved in medicine. And it is called The Man Who Cried. The man's name was Combo, and he wasn't real, but I had met him before. Perhaps it was the tattoos that made me recognize him. A pair of dice on his left cheek, a tear under his right eye, a star on the same earlobe. Words too small to read ringed his neck, and letters covered his knuckles. The majority of them were stick and poke, some so faded I wanted to reach out and wipe them away like a smudge of soot. They made me think of my cousin, who has a fishhook tattoo in the webbing between his left thumb and forefinger. It points to a scar he got trying to break up a fight in his halfway house when another man put a pencil through his hand. He was in the halfway house after getting out of prison for using heroin. But maybe it wasn't just the tattoos. Maybe it was the way he moved that told me I knew this man. Erratic, like a spider. A deathly stillness 1 minute, and then an explosive skitter, like he couldn't escape his own skin. Dangerous movement. Movement that could go any direction at any time. His facial expressions were never still, and often didn't match his words. It reminded me of a man I had taken care of in the back of my ambulance. A man with known polysubstance use who had been known to hurt EMS providers when they didn't give him opioids. A man who lied to get his way and took advantage of people's better nature. Then again, maybe it wasn't only that. It's possible it was the man's politics that I had seen before. It was a blend of nationalism and anger, and its only platform seemed to be hatred. It tried to hide behind concern for others. Concern for young mothers trying to feed their children and young men trying to get jobs. As long as they were the right people. White people, straight people, people who agreed with him. I had seen it before in another cousin of mine, one I grew up with. A boy who didn't go to college and barely graduated high school. A child of divorce with an alcoholic mother who sabotaged others' successes. A child who grew up in a place where whole grain bread is exotic. A child I love, and a man I often don't like. Yes, I had met Combo many times. He's a character in This Is England, a British independent film series that I didn't expect to make me reevaluate my patient care. When I first began watching, Combo terrified me. He was violent, with words that channeled the eroding power of vitriol. His actions were even worse. No one was safe, not even children. I was ready to hate him. For the first part of the series, I wrote him off as one of them. A racist, a psychopath, an abuser, a criminal. He was the antagonist. He wasn't my problem or my responsibility. Until later in the series, when he cries. And Combo cries often. In his car, in prison, on his knees and covered in blood. He cries when he learns his mother has died, when the love of his life breaks his heart, and when he thinks too hard about why his father left. And his name. Not Combo, what his neo-Nazi friends call him, but the name his mother picked out. The name she called when he was late for dinner. The name she thought of as she died. The film's cinematography uses long, close-up shots of characters' faces while they speak. I wasn't allowed to look away or block out their words. I shouldn't be. The film forced me to acknowledge that Combo, who stood for so much I stand against, also cried like a child. He was both afraid and feared. He showed capacity for both deep love and deep hatred. He was neither hero nor villain, but terrifyingly human. Combo changes for the better, but not all at once. Saying he's sorry doesn't undo the pain he causes others, or himself. He never truly outruns the consequences of his actions into a sunset or a happily ever after. Things aren't fixed in a single scene with a simple monologue from a wise character. The film asked me to meet the character where he was. I could have turned it off before the credits rolled and saved myself the discomfort. In my chosen profession as a physician, it's my duty to keep watching. Combo is my responsibility. He's my cousin, both of them. He is the man in the ambulance. He's many of the patients I will see in the future. Although not all of them may be as radical, every patient deserves to have a doctor listen to their concerns with their best interests in mind, regardless of who they are outside the exam room. Just because the cameras on This Is England stopped rolling and the actor went home doesn't mean Combo stopped existing. He exists everywhere. My cousin is in recovery and now works as a craftsman and artist making beautiful things. The boy I grew up with, who supports politics I hate, loves his daughter and supports his wife unconditionally. The man in the ambulance is desperately searching for a place to belong. I don't have the luxury of only treating the part of a patient I like, or even the part of a patient that I see. As someone who has worked in EMS and plans to pursue emergency medicine, I owe it to my patients to be the best part of their worst day. As a physician, it is my duty to not look away, no matter what I see. I owe it to Combo in all his forms. I owe it to those who cry when they're alone.
Well, this is the second time I had read this before, and that's why I wanted you to come on this show, because I think it speaks volumes about society and about how you're approaching your career as a physician.
Thank you.
Let's step back for a minute and how you got to this point. You grew up in Vermont. I met Southern Vermont, I believe.
Yeah, Manchester, Vermont.
And went away to college.
Yep, I went to Bowdoin College in Maine, so not too far, but not too close.
And what did you major in college?
I actually majored in German. I had taken it all through high school, and I knew that I was going to continue it in college, and so it was a pretty short major, just because I already had a lot of credits, and so I knew it would allow me to get my major and then also get all of my pre-med requirements and then also explore some other stuff like creative writing and history, which I really enjoy.
So in college you also began doing some creative writing?
Yeah, I had done creative writing as a hobby for a long time, and I continued to kind of keep up with it in college and, still enjoy writing, obviously.
Do you also write in German?
I used to. I have not written in German in a very long time.
Is there a difference between creative writing in German and creative writing in English for you?
That's a great question. I think, I did reach a point where I was, technically fluent in German, but that was more like essay writing and like conversational. And so I think creative writing in English always allowed me to be more expressive, but there are definitely some German words that just, they have a certain, je ne sais quoi, whatever the German version of je ne sais quoi is, that, don't really have direct translations.
After college, what was your next step in life?
Yeah, so I graduated college right before COVID, and I moved back in with my parents, and I was there for 4 years. And during that time, I was working as a scribe in an emergency department, I was working as a unit secretary in an emergency department, and I was working EMS on an ambulance.
We actually met in the emergency department where I work.
Yes, we did.
We had a chance to meet, and I noticed that you were not simply writing down words, but were taking in the whole gestalt of the emergency department.
Nice German word.
And even then learning. Did you know, from what age did you know that you might want to go to medical school?
So I think I knew I wanted to be in medicine when I was 7, and for the longest time I wanted to be a veterinarian. And then when I was 16, I was sitting in AP Bio, and my teacher, who was a very good teacher, Dave Curtis, shout out wherever you are, he started talking about the honeycomb structure of the femur, and I thought it was the coolest thing I had ever heard in my entire life. And I was like, I probably won't be able to get as in-depth with that in veterinary medicine, so I guess I'll work with people. And that, I mean, I don't regret that decision at all. That's where I've been since then.
But in college, you took enough courses to begin to apply for medical school?
Yep.
With your German?
Mm-hmm. I was able to fit everything in, and I also, like I said, was able to take like some extra classes in creative writing and history and such.
And so then you also began taking EMT courses.
So I didn't end up taking EMT courses until after I had graduated.
Yeah.
But yes, I did do that. I did do a WFR course, a wilderness first responder, in college, which was very fun. And I think that's kind of what first got me into like the idea of emergency medicine, which I really enjoyed.
And tell us about some of your early experiences on the working on the ambulance.
Yeah, so I worked for a very small rescue squad that had, right before I was hired, they were kind of having some financial struggles, and so we didn't have as many resources as some other services in the area. It's a very rural service area. It's a very large service area. I think we would have maybe like one crew to cover 121 square miles. And so it was a lot of responsibility, especially when I, was first hired. I had just gotten my EMT. I was very, green. And there was a lot of stuff that was, really overwhelming and kind of scary. But I couldn't get away. I just continued to, try and push myself and try and get better. And I got to the point that I think when you're in a very high stress field, whether it be medicine or, you're in like a really high class restaurant or whatever, you kind of get to this point where the adrenaline and the stress are either gonna push you and you're gonna embrace it, or you're gonna decide that's not for me. And I think I got to the point where I kind of started enjoying the responsibility and the adrenaline and the stress.
Let's talk about adrenaline, because yes, EMS and emergency medicine certainly has more than its share of adrenaline.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between an adrenaline junkie and someone who uses adrenaline in other ways?
I think you could argue that there's not a big difference, but I think when I just kind of think of the word adrenaline junkie, I think of someone who maybe does like certain activities, like, I don't know, I always think of bungee jumping whenever I think of adrenaline junkie, but someone who's not necessarily using the feeling for, I don't want to say not using it for good, but maybe is only using it for like a personal reason, and it's not necessarily like channeled towards a further goal. It's just like kind of like an event or something fun to do, whereas the other source of adrenaline, it's kind of a driver towards a very specific goal, whether that be making a 5-star meal or treating someone's broken leg.
So I think that's a very helpful distinction. In the kind of work that you have done and hope to do, you generally, sometimes you do see the same people over and over in emergency departments or on the ambulance, but in general you don't have the longer term relationships that, say, primary care might or other specialties. I know that you have a particular interest in people. You've also had an interest in going, at some point in your life, going into the ministry. Will that be difficult for you to see people just for the short period of time and not have the follow-up?
Yeah, I definitely think, I don't necessarily want to use the word frustrating, but I think it's definitely a trade-off of, maybe you get to be there for a very, scary and finite amount of time, but you don't necessarily get to follow up with that person, which can certainly be, not ideal. We like to know how our patients are doing. We like to know that people are okay. But I also think that, just because you are interacting with someone for a very short amount of time doesn't mean that you're not having a big effect on their life. I think the amount of...
you mentioned it in your, toward the end of the piece.
Yeah, exactly.
Or stay of someone's life.
Yeah.
Be there for them.
Yeah, I think that the amount of time you spend with someone doesn't necessarily have to be proportional to the effect that you have on their life.
You have, we're going to talk a little bit more, but you have another piece I think you'd like to read?
Yeah, I do.
This one I haven't heard, so I'm looking forward to hearing this one.
This actually ties exactly in with what we were talking about, because this was inspired by a really lovely interaction that I had with a patient. That it was very quick. I followed this patient for 2 days, but I like to think that I was able to have a really good effect on the family and the patient. So this is more of a poem, and it's called "Things I Hope for My Patient from Today." I hope you have a safe drive home. I hope the medicine doesn't have any nasty side effects and does its job well. I hope you get to see your yellow dog that you always talked about and get to catch up on your favorite show that the hospital didn't have the channel for. I hope your mom is able to get some sleep in her own bed and not just the cot we rolled into your room. I hope she's able to relax and believe you'll be okay. I hope your dad never stops kissing you on the forehead the way he did when we told your family your test results were improving. I hope I never see you again, except in my imagination. I hope you go somewhere sunny on vacation, maybe a beach that lets you bring your yellow dog. I hope you wear a hat to keep the sun off your face. I hope you laugh at a corny joke from your dad while your mom helps you build sandcastles. I hope you forget about me, because who wants to remember a trip to the hospital? But I hope I always remember you.
That is remarkably lovely.
Oh, it's remarkably corny, but I don't think they're mutually exclusive. Thank you.
So it's too early, I hope, to be talking about burnout in medicine, but it is something that physicians and even medical students struggle with over the years that they're in practice at times for various reasons. What would you prescribe to a fellow colleague or yourself to avoid burnout?
I think insofar as the med school context, and I think it's absolutely applicable to the medical profession in general, is something that I actually heard in orientation for med school several years ago, and it was from a student the year ahead of me. And they basically said, med school will take as much time as you give it. It's not something with a finite end. So if you say you're going to study for 12 hours, med school will make sure you have enough to study for 12 hours. If you say you're going to do something for 24 hours, med school will fill that gap. It's like water. It will just fill any space that you give it. And so I think one of the really important things that I've learned, and I am very aware I am still green, so who knows if this is going to translate, but I hope so, is that sometimes the best thing you can do for yourself and sometimes the best thing you can do for your patients is just stop working. And I don't mean, like someone is actively needing medical attention and you just walk out of the room and say, no, I'm done. But, there have been times where I've been studying and it's just not working, and I've been like, you know what, maybe I just need to listen to my brain and bake some cookies, or maybe I need to take today off and go for a hike with my dog or something. And it's amazing how, like rejuvenating it can feel to just stop working, and it's amazing how much better and more productive you can be after you've taken a break.
That's very good advice for any and it could apply to other professions as well.
Absolutely,
right? We're not just talking about medicine here. The medical profession itself that you're entering is under great stress, I think.
Sure is.
This political and economic climate, we would anticipate that emergency departments will continue to be the first choice for so many people as they lose primary care, as they lose insurance. So I suspect it's only going to get worse. Let's go back to your first piece, the fellow that you wrote about, and of course we've seen so many people like this in the emergency department. Tell me how you would approach someone like this, who is potentially violent but also hurting and but has the potential to hurt others.
Yeah, I think one of the most important things to communicate when you're dealing with patients like this, or even people like this, is the first thing to communicate is that you are not there for the cops, you're not there for, the neighbors who called in a disturbance, you're not even really there for, the patient's family. If that's who brought this person's behavior to your attention, the only person you're there for is them. And granted, in the EMS context, you as an EMS provider need to keep yourself safe. That's kind of the first thing you learn, and that's always your first priority. But I always kind of like to think of it as I'm my first priority, my colleague is my second priority, and my patient's my third priority. But as soon as I know that my colleague and I are safe, the patient is my first and only priority in that context. And so I think, communicating hey, I know that, you're hurting or you're scared or you're sick or, whatever is going on, but I just want to let you know you are the person that I'm here for. And I don't care.
When you say that to people, what kind of response do you can you generalize in terms of what kind of response you make?
Yeah, I think it's different. I think a lot of times people don't necessarily believe that, which is very unfortunate, because they have obviously had experiences in the past that have, proven that statement wrong, that, the people that are coming into the situation are not there for them. And so I feel like there's definitely kind of a period of time in the interaction where you kind of have to prove it, that you're there for them. And I think kind of like a non-judgment, I feel like the classic is oh, you have a patient with a swastika tattoo or something like that. And, drawing attention to that is not necessarily going to help you or your patient in that scenario. And so you have to kind of think about yes, maybe this isn't a person that you would, hang out with on the weekends, but that's not what's happening here. That's not what this interaction needs to be.
Were you working during COVID?
Yes, I was working both in the emergency department and on the ambulance.
What was that like for you?
I think that in retrospect, Vermont, or at least the hospital and the service that I was at, was very lucky in that because it's a rural area, we had much less cases than other really densely populated areas. But I also think it was a little concerning. I think kind of speaking to how green I was, it was a little exciting. I kind of felt like I was actually doing medicine and being involved. But, and then there were some days when, we had like all the PPE on and patients were really sick, and I was like, oh, this is real. This is not an episode of ER. This is real life.
Is there, speaking of the episode of ER, is there any particular television show or movie that you have appreciated the most in terms of the way it depicted medicine?
I think I did watch ER all 15 seasons all through COVID, which was amazing. And the one that everyone can't stop talking about right now is The Pit, which is with the same Noah Weil. Dr. Carter grew up and became Dr. Robbie, and I, as a fan who is also apparently a very old soul, am very appreciative of that transformation.
Well, there has been a couple things on EMS. I thought since you're here, I'll ask, since you're experienced in this. One is the trend toward sending social workers or mental health counselors out with EMS or with the police to situations that are unstable or people that are unstable. And I'm wondering, have you seen that? Are we using that in Vermont at all?
We might be using it in Vermont. I have not experienced it at either of the services that I have worked at or am currently working at. I think that's a phenomenal idea. My service has, I don't want to say gotten into trouble, but we've had some very concerning and kind of high stakes calls recently where that was not an option. And I think if it had been, it would have been very helpful for everyone involved, and we may have had a better and safer outcome to the call. But if that is something that can happen, I think honestly that can only, as long as it's done well and implemented smoothly, I think it can honestly only have positive effects.
Because let's be honest, not everyone on EMSs has the kind of sensitivity that you do. I mean, we would like to think they do, but it's a wide range of people end up on working on EMS. And,
sure.
And so that having someone who's actually got the professional training might be helpful.
Absolutely.
The other trend that may or may not take off is having EMS and paramedics do some essentially primary care in the home of sorts to try and avoid bringing people into the emergency department when they don't need to be there. In other words, have you seen that yet in Vermont?
I have not seen that yet in Vermont. I think that's also something that the implementation of it is probably going to be the biggest piece, because I feel like you said, a lot of different people do EMS, and I think particularly in Vermont and other rural areas where a lot of it is volunteer, there is sometimes a very specific culture of kind of, I'm trying to think of a way to describe this. I don't want to say, I'll say maybe kind of like a cowboy culture of like, we're going to go in when things get bad, and then, once the situation's under control, because we just did what we have to do, we're going to leave. And sometimes that's true. Sometimes that's what needs to be done. But I think, you can kind of think of it like firefighters. Like, what do firefighters do? They put out fires. Well, yes, but they also do a lot of other things, but that's just kind of not what we have in our mind. And so I think, what do EMS providers do? Oh, they go in and save lives. Well, yes, but we also do a lot of other things. And I think, the culture maybe is caught up in that, 40% of the very acute things and kind of leaves out maybe that other 60%. I just completely made up those numbers, but
no, I think it's probably close to accurate.
Yeah, I think if we were to implement that, I think it could be very good, but I think it might require a cultural shift as well.
And finally, before we end, you have told me off air that if you had not gone to medical school, or even after medical school, after you practiced for some years, you might be interested in the ministry. Tell us a little bit about your interest in the ministry and how that reflects you.
Yeah, I grew up in a Christian household, and it's something that I held on to when I went to college, and now that I'm in medical school, and I was very lucky to attend a really really like accepting and tolerant and very, I can only describe it as like cozy church in college. It was really welcoming, and it was very non-traditional in the sense that, you know, we didn't like do any liturgy and there weren't any hymns. It was just like people showing up in their Pats jerseys on Sundays and having chili cook-offs and just kind of like loving each other. And it was very community focused, and I really liked that. And so I think that it's, you know, when you describe it that way, it's really not that different than medicine, or at least the kind of medicine that I would like to practice. And so if I didn't get into med school, I was going to get my paramedic and also go to seminary and become a pastor. And who knows, maybe that'll be my retirement gig.
And if it is, we would all be fortunate, because I think
Thank you.
You're an example of someone who is putting care of the body and soul together. And hopefully medical schools are not only accepting of this, but also supporting and encouraging people to pay heed to both. These are difficult times, and I think we need people like you. So I was very pleased when you got accepted in medical school. Very pleased to be working with you now as you near graduation and soon to be Dr. de Blasio. So, is there anything else you want to add, or?
Oh gosh, putting me on the spot. I don't think so. This has been a really lovely conversation. Thank you so much for inviting me on. I really enjoyed it.
Well, we hope that you won't have to see her in the ambulance, but if you do, you'll be well cared for. So I want to thank everyone, and please continue to support this telethon, to support this station, because they do so many wonderful things year-round. Thank you so much.
We're going to go to camera 4. No, camera 3. You guys ready?
No.
Camera 3, go.
Okay. Thank you so much. That was a really pleasant interview. I was about to say, you know, just like she said, that was really cool. And so today I'm going to be doing an interview with, we have our own little segment here that we just whipped up for you guys. It is an interview with this lovely person. Remind us of your name real quick.
Jada Bearden.
Jada Bearden. I'm going to say, it's nice to meet you. And so I guess, what do you know about the archives?
I honestly, I appreciate it because it's a wonderful opportunity to like see how far we've come. Like, I believe that history gives us this beautiful glimpse of like where we've been, where we're going, and like where we want to be, right? And I feel like CCTV's archive is, thank you, you're good. CCTV's archive is honestly, I love since Richard Kemp and so on, Mark Hughes, and now the Richard Kemp Center with Christine Hughes, the executive director. That legacy of anti-blackness and combating anti-blackness, and combating anti-Zionism. I think that is truly what the CCT archives provides.
And I guess talking a little bit more about, you referenced a lot of history, especially with the archives and much of the CAFTers, but I'm more interested in, I guess, your own history with CCTV. How long have you like known these guys, or how long have you known about this sort of stuff?
Well, I started in Vermont in 2018. Thank you. You're good. As a college student, I came from Texas to Champlain College as a law student, 18-year-old, and I think since I've been in Vermont, I've been aware that this was a resource for the community and also for the global community, right? Because this is recorded and this is available for us. So yeah, since 2018, I've been participating in the archive.
That's wonderful. And I guess, well, obviously you've been doing this for a little bit, I assume. But that's really interesting. You said you came here as a lawyer. Do you want to talk a little bit more about that? Yeah, I guess I'm not a lawyer being on
Nice
law.
of you. Thank you. Well, I feel like, legally speaking, everything that is lawful isn't always good, right? And I think it is our responsibility as people to draw boundaries, right? Because the law can only go so far. And then our morals and our integrity and love and accountability, I think that is the recipe for true justice.
That's really wonderful. I like the way you put that. And I guess talking more about that and about, justice and the actual law and whether or not it applies to people and whether or not it's actually good to have. A lot of what the archive, I'm assuming, well, I know actually, a lot of what the archive has is stuff that would be in agreement to that, or stuff that would demonstrate just human history and would show whether things are true or not. And so I guess what are some of your favorite things in the archives, or what do you really like, what is the best part about the archives that you really like about it and that really shines what you like about it?
Very easy. I honestly, my favorite is Tea Talks with Miss Lydia. Shout out to Trav and Miss Lydia Diamond. That segment honestly is like so healing, because I get to see a Black elder woman speak truth to power like every Wednesday, or like I forgot. I think it's like 2 Wednesdays a month maybe. But yeah, I think that is like needed, and I think we need more of that. And I'm glad that Reverend Mark Hughes also has juxtaposition, and we have the legacy of Richard Kemp with his show as well. So yeah, like that past, present, future dynamic of speaking truth to power and allowing Black people at the center. I think that is what is important about CCTV all these years, right?
And I do think, it's really interesting actually how you mentioned a lot about Black Power, how, I think CCTV's done a great job representing and really pushing, us into the stratosphere and, giving us more of an outward sort of like just more publicity and just really putting a focus on the struggles that you're going through. And so like, I'm wondering, talking more about Black Power, you mentioned a couple examples, but are there some other examples at TTV that you would think would represent,
I think personally,
those ideals?
Originally back in 2023, I signed up to lead my own segment, and it was just going to be about accountability and Black Power. I was arrested and held for like 88 days in the Berlin, Vermont psych ward against my will. It's called an involuntary hold. And honestly, that was like the completion. I thought it was the I thought it was the beginning of a very traumatic experience, but it was like sort of like the finale. And I guess just recently, when I signed up to do About Time, that was scheduled for 12:15 this morning, I really wanted to sort of conclude Black Power and anti-Zionism with that. But unfortunately, I was picked up again by Colchester PD, and now I live in Colchester, but when I got here, like I said, I was living in Burlington. And yeah, Burlington, and back in 2019, a little before the pandemic, I experienced the most traumatic, abusive, toxic dynamic. And it was between me and Champlain College, right? And greater than that, it was just me like kind of like hitting my head against white supremacy and the brain fuck of it, because it honestly it's not based anything logical. So we were talking about law earlier, right? In America, it was legal to own slaves, and it was legal to charter, and it was legal to take people from their homes and bring them to this promised land. But the promise was for colonizers and Europeans who honestly, word to science, word to legal, whatever you want to say, word to just fact, like Black people are ultralight beings. And, and I feel like all of the fucking issues, and you can see by the archive for how many years, like I just came in 2018, and so I've only got 7 years in the game, but my life is 25 years. Add that to Richard Kemp's legacy, and then you add my grandmother into that mix, right? You have generations. You have several generations of accountability and justice, and honestly, after all of that, we get freedom, right? So I think this is, the pandemic, and I moved to Vermont. Honestly, I just wanted to be a gay person. I just wanted to love women and be Black, because I grew up in Houston, Texas, which is very Black. And shout out to my mom and my grandmother and my sister and my brother. But I'm not a child anymore, and I'm not in need of guidance. I just need an accountable community. And I think I chose Vermont because my identity of queerness was neglected. And I wrote about this already, but to say it plainly, now I stand as a full person right in front of like Burlington, Vermont. And who knew? And honestly, I really want to thank Town Meeting TV because I really just realized that Vermont was the place that was promised to me. Like, it is my promised land. Like, and I don't think that's dramatic, right? Like, this is my Garden of Eden, you know? And I just had to go back and get it, you know? In Africa, we call that Sankofa, and now I'm sitting on the end of all of this with nothing left but me, right? And I think that's all I need. So in the name of Black Power, in the name of anti-Zionism, and also in just the name of love, like radical love and acceptance, I just want to like say that like any like anxiety or depression or white supremacy, right? Like that is like rooted in chaos and does harm to the very nature, and I do mean nature of our people. Like it's gone, and that is a celebration. So I want to claim that in 2020, yes, we were in a retrograde, we were in a renegade, but now we are resurrected, and this is a revolution. So like celebrate, go to the Ramble today, like walk around Burlington and see that our work and our labor and our accountability wasn't all for nothing.
Yeah, damn, that's I've never really seen someone put it like that before, especially seeing Vermont as a community. I mean, normally I don't see, or a lot of people, especially, you know, coming from where I come from is Massachusetts, a lot of people would tell me, oh, you're going to Vermont, that's all white people, you know what I mean? But we got, you know, I guess like you said, I think we've got a pretty solid community of people of color who really care about each other, as well as you talked a little bit more about queer culture as well. What do you, especially growing up in Texas, what do you feel about the dichotomy between Vermont and Texas? I kind of want maybe to go a little bit more in depth in that, how this community has maybe supported you in ways that others have not, or how it's changed, or how it's different, how maybe it could be worse, or maybe it could be better.
Well, my best friend Trav, who works here, honestly, like when I met him, my life changed for the better. I think I was just reminded that I didn't have to like pay for something, or like love isn't for sale. Like it's unconditional and it's agape and it's always here for you, right? Like I thought I had to honestly, Texas, I was raised Christian, very Pentecostal Christian, like Black Christian. But honestly, that's a myth, right? Like that Black Christianity was given to us by this white, blue-eyed adversary. It's not based in fact. What my people come from is the land and art and music. I've healed so much from just like the rhythms and the blues and the poetry of my people. And I was really appreciative of that poem that the person shared earlier about the hospital, because I started in a hospital in March of 2020. I was admitted to the ER, and that ended my Champlain College journey. And then after all those psych ward visits, I'm finally on the other end of it. Like I said earlier, I'm not asking for my reparations. I'm demanding them. Like, where they at? You know, Vermont owes me several $1 million, you know, like, so I'll be receiving that cash only. Yeah, thank you. And when I get my cash, they give it to Trav. And then when Trav gets it, make sure you give it to fucking my other friends, and my mom gets it because my grandmother's no longer living. Y'all took my grandmother from her, and I wasn't able to even say goodbye to my grandmother. So fuck you, Vermont, for that. But also thank you, Vermont, for giving my grandmother the world. Like my grandmother has heaven now, and now heaven is a place on earth. So all that to say, like I just said, I'm not asking for reparations, and you don't have to ask for something that's already yours, right? So thank you, CCTV, for like giving me like the power like back, right? Like, cause it was always mine, and y'all really like give platform to people, to all people, because all power to all people not just who has the mic for now, or who has the currency, or who has the Tesla, right? Like, fuck off. Like, we are here. I'm queer, and I'm just ready to live my life. And lastly, I would just like to say, like, I'm just like really, like, I want my shit back. Sankofa, right? Like, give me my shit back and give me all my roses and just like place them at my feet.
Wow, right. Very, very powerful. Wow, look at that. You know what you want. You want to go get it. I respect that. Kind of talking about that. So I guess there's a lot of stuff though. You definitely got like a lot of ideas that you're throwing out here right now. It's kind of hard to make questions for it.
They're ideas. I think they're honestly they're just dreams that I'm actualizing, and I just have like manifestation is not just this like we all like when I say people power, I mean people power. Like, when I put my hand up, like, shit just moved. Like, shit just moved for my better. Like, I forgot to say this. Yes, I'm queer. Yes, I'm black. But I'm also mentally ill and neurodivergent. But that is not a disability. It is the source of all of my power. So now I'm just going to dance and move within my power from here on.
And do you think the community has done anything to support you, at least mentally health-wise, or something like that?
Yeah, y'all tried to kill me. Like, that's like what? Like, y'all really tried to kill me out here, and I'm not even being dramatic. Like, I almost died 3 times in Vermont. Like, the only time I ever knew something was right with my brain was when I became a college student. And when I became a college student, that's when I became a person of color. What the fuck is a student of color? I'm not color, bro. Like, I'm the rainbow. So, like, I'm not going to repeat myself. Like, y'all tried to kill me. And you know what? You did. It was an ego death. It had to happen. So that person that came here back in 2018, this like wide-eyed, yeah, sorry, you good? I just had to like, where's this? Yeah, sorry. Hi. Yeah, this like that wide-eyed, like naive 18-year-old with all that hair, you know, she's gone, you know, and now I'm everything, and everything is love, you know, like. From just me like saying my name like in the beginning of the show, like me giving love and gratitude to my best friend Trav, and just me like entering this space and me coming, like me betting on me and moving and transitioning and changing. Like, I did this already. I'm just realizing that now. It only took 7 years for me to, I'm a slow learner, but like it took me 7 years to realize the minute I chose Vermont, the minute I bet on Jada, like, my life was mine. And all that extra shit was just a dream.
And you in control of your life now, so now you got the power.
I woke up.
And I think
Stay woke.
it's important to record. I guess it's important to record stories like that of people like you who've been like struggled and been through a lot of stuff and had moments of self-actualization to realize what you need to do. And I think it's important that we have stuff like the archives. Wouldn't you agree? Or what do you think is important that the archives capture, not just the overall bigger picture, but what else do you think is important for the archives to have, or especially for the future going forward? You know, just because we have them now doesn't mean that we can't obviously continue to do better in the future. So what do you think we should really have in the archives? It's important for people to learn back and remember about us.
Yeah, you're really just missing more black people, honestly. And I think the excuse, because it was an explanation, it was an excuse, was like, oh, it's Vermont, there's no black people. Yes, there is. Like, and you have one of the most brilliant ones on your staff already, so just like give him more power, right? Like, trust him to like just like, you know, be y'all's light, and y'all will see, like, if you bet on black every time, you will get everything, okay? Like, stop playing with our shit and just give it back. And also, CCTV, I think y'all are already doing it, right? Y'all are allowing people to speak their truth, and that is the only way through. And we're already out, right? I can see the horizon, but through the horizon, because we have to keep going, like, the work is never done. A true revolution, a true garden of roses, like, in order to like tend to our garden, tend to our community, and repair and restore and amend for all of the bullshit fuckery of white supremacy, bet on black. That's all.
I bet. So, hey, bet I'm black. You know, hey, oh my God, Megan's clapping. No, hey, I support that. Dude, that was a really great idea. And so overall, just having more presentation of black culture in the archives, you think is important, right? So I think, and you talked a little bit about how some ways we could do that, right? Obviously, you know, Travis on the staff has been one. Literally, I'm talking, he orchestrated this whole thing, all right? This whole thing, especially when, you know, obviously we support other people, but he's definitely a big part of it. He's down. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, bro. It's like, you know,
like thoughts and prayers gonna get us so far. Like,
yeah, no, he definitely.
It ain't about the money, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he deserved the bag. He deserved the bag. He put in a lot of work. But I guess, you know, talking some more about that, what do you think are some other ways that not only the archives could do it, but, you know, people as a community could continue to work and support black culture? What could we do to make sure that, you know, we are no longer trapped by the system and try to really, you know, push the movement forward, you know, including the media as well as all the other stuff? What are some ways you're thinking about?
Yeah, I would love to be, like, able to, like, continue a segment, because that's what I signed up for, right? Like, I kept signing up, and I knew this was a space that would platform me, and that's why I was so, like, ready and willing to share. But every time it seemed like I had to, and this is not on CCTV, I think this is just, like, speaks to the like, hold that racism and anti-blackness has on the world, right? Like, just because a platform or an organization, like, sets out to do good and to right the wrongs and also to, like, hold space for truth, evil and darkness and the lie of white supremacy will continue to stick its, like, you know, teeth in our, like, shit. So now, honestly, like, you being here, like, providing me this platform, and also just, like, you know, like, I think it's everything is, like, poetry and everything has meaning. Like, you holding the mic for me and you, like, telling me, no, the camera is this way. Like, you telling me as a staff here and Megan in the back, right? Like, y'all are sort of, like, allowing me finally the space to just be. And I don't have to come through Mark Hughes or Christine Hughes or Miss Lydia even, right? I can just be my own fucking person and just say, no, like, what I went through in Vermont was trash and it shouldn't have happened and it didn't have to happen, but it happened because I allowed it. And I allowed it because I knew the greater good was not just for me. Because in 2018, I was fine. Like, I was living my best life. But as soon as I started to, like, call out Champlain College for their fuckery, Miriam Horn using the hard R N-word. I don't care if you're reading a black man's words. You keep that shit out your white mouth. Remember when I moved up from a professor and I moved up to the administration, Champlain College, the institutional racism, and then y'all came at me and accused me of rape. Remember that? And you called me an abuser when I was only 19, and I had to hold my 19-year-old self as a survivor, as someone who survived rape and domestic violence and so many other abuse in childhood. And I thought I left that shit in Texas, right? But I was met by this big boss, this final boss, and it was sold to me as academia. And it was sold to me, and I bought into it, right? You know, this capitalistic American dream where if I get the degree, and if I pay into the student loans, and if I soar and I excel, I can provide for my family from a distance. But you know what happened? My fucking grandmother got COVID and she died, okay? So I couldn't provide because my family's dead, right?
You doing all right? I'm just trying to. That was a lot that you went through, and I'm sorry that you had to go through all that. I know that sounds, and I can't tell through any lived experience of my own, but I know that is a lot of that. You know, it's a lot to struggle with, it's a lot to deal with. But you know, just knowing that.
I just think like you don't do.
Oh, okay. No, hold on. Wait a minute. I think
Like, if y'all had issues with me, y'all could have, like, dealt with me. Like, it wasn't like my grandmother didn't do anything. You know what I mean? Like, I like, that was my best friend. Like, what? And she got COVID and she died on the last day of 2020. And you know, I haven't been good since then. I haven't been fine since then, man. And y'all.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. That sounds extremely awful.
No, because I just thought that I could just like keep going and I could get rich and I could just like have, I can move my grandmother into my house and my mom would be okay and.
Yeah. Hold up. You want to go take a break outside real quick? Hold up, just I just think you're going through something right now. So I think hold up, we just gonna. It's okay. We can just step out for a bit. Relax, get some water. You know what I mean? Just feel what you need to feel. Do what you got to do. All right. Your emotions are valid. Here, I got. There's some water over there. Do you want to go get it? No, you don't gotta be on camera no more. All right. So just.
Cereal. Cereal? What type of cereal do you like?
I don't know.
How many believers do we have? How many? Maybe. And I remember you.
It's disgusting. Tastes the Texas clan. Cigarette butts are trash too. Throw them away. I've put in there. This is an example. Throw balloon scraps away. People put garbage in trash cans.
The people of Essex Junction have voted twice to be a city, one solid vote against consolidation, and that's because they like what they have. They want to keep it that way. We want to go into this century and control our own destiny. So I ask you to follow the statute and let us be that city and go forward. I think in a couple of years, the whole community will be better off for this endeavor. Thank you very much.
My friend, you have touched millions of people's lives. You have made their lives better, and you have given them hope. They'll never know who you are. All they'll know is that they have a chance in life. Their lives are better because of you, and because you cared, and because you were really the nameless person to them. That's one of the reasons why I love you, my friend.
The truth of it is that is true of that lady, not me. And when I go home and get back to playing rock and roll with my band in my day job, he stays the course, and he's the one that fights for the legislation that really changes lives.
OSHA was passed 38 years ago, and it was in that spirit on April 28th that the Canadian government actually officially declared a Workers' Mourning Day in Canada. And that's the only government that has officially declared, the national government that has declared a day. But across this country, 26 states have memorials, and many communities and states recognize this day as a day, as a Workers' Memorial Day, to recognize the death on the job, injury on the job, illness on the job, and a commitment to having a safe workplace.
And I went down and interviewed, and I'll never forget, Sid Baker said to me, well, there's some parking or traffic control people, crossing guards. That job's available. And I just looked at him and I said, that's not what I'm interviewing, and I left. Well, apparently that was the right answer, because that afternoon I got a phone call, and Mrs. Westcott apparently had said to him, I like that woman. I like the fact that she came in here and she was resolute with what she wanted to do.
Hello, this is Gay Symington. I'm Speaker of the House in the Vermont Legislature, and this is a weekly show that we have put together on using cable access channels to help Vermonters understand some of the discussions we're having in the State House. And this week, I thought we would talk about money.
I have been happily married for 10 years. I have 2 wonderful children. I love and value the institution of marriage. And I look forward to welcoming everyone into that institution, because we should all be able to share it. It should not only be for a certain class.
And there's no cars or vehicle, you have to walk. Most of them die because of food, thirsty, and others, wild animals, and also bandits kill on the way. In this camp, all our kids who are in Burlington School District, up to high school kids, were born in this refugee camp in Kenya. So this is where we spend almost 12 years, and there's still some others.
Clickable agendas.
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 Clickable agendas. That's right, clickable meeting agendas, only at channel17.org. Bring up your local municipal meeting, look at the agenda, and pick the agenda item that is interesting to you. You don't have to watch the whole meeting, just the item that interests you. Get involved with local government. Save time. Go to channel17.org.
Nat Air and Lauren Glenn Davidian from Channel 17 and Channel 317, and we are live tonight. And so we're no titles yet, so we're using the old style titles from the 1980s. So Lauren Glenn's going to talk more about the TV part, but I wanted to give a very short fence viewing report.
Tomorrow, my service as your governor will end. I'll return to private life, handing the reins to a new administration that will take up the responsibility of protecting and advancing the goals we share. On behalf of all Vermonters, Governor-elect Shumlin, I wish you and your team all the very best.
That began in Brattleboro on January 2nd. More than 175 people participated, ranging from toddlers to people in their 80s. We do not have the backing of a multinational corporation. With our request to you, our elected representatives, to act on this historic and unprecedented opportunity to not allow continued operation of Vermont Yankee.
With clothing, with shoes, with lunch programs, every single thing that you could imagine happened to try to destroy the Panthers. And that's why I put up, again, on this wall over here, some of the counterintelligence. I put the drawings up mostly because they're visual. But I spent, as Sandy knows in her office, I read about 300,000 documents.
All of us here have some basic information about referendum and how we got here. Just to educate an average Vermonter about what it is that we are celebrating today. We all know that Sudan was a British colony. It was ruled by Great Britain and Egypt under what was then called condominium rule. And when Sudan became independent in 1956, the British government just left. Southern Sudanese today decided to determine their own destiny.
Here is the result of the recount. Total number of votes cast, 1,085. Needed to win, 543. Tim Ash, 540. Moreau Weinberger, 540. Spoiled, 5. So as a result of that vote, no candidate having received a majority in the recount, we will suspend the caucus and reconvene per our agreement with the campaigns within a month, and we will, at that point, have a nominee for mayor. So let me just say, first of all, thank you to each and every one of you for your understanding and your patience. We'll see you within a month. I want to thank the volunteers who are here still, some of them. Thank you. I want to thank our candidates, Senator Ash, Murray.
At the time, they were forecasting anywhere from 4 to 7 inches of rain. That's a big rainstorm for Vermont. Don't get me wrong, but it's not what we ended up with, obviously.
Thousands of people uprooted from their homes. Children have been kidnapped, even forced to kill and mutilate members of their own family. It is some of the most horrible things imaginable.
I am not running, and I never have run. I'm a candidate. This is a job opportunity, application. When you vote for a capitalist party or the candidates in a capitalist party, you get what you've got. And they're all the same. And you keep blaming them, the Democrats, the Republicans, the progressives, whatever, for taking you where you don't want to go or where you don't want to be, but you keep voting for the same people over and over again.
There is something profoundly wrong when in recent years we have seen a proliferation of millionaires and billionaires at the same time as millions of Americans are working longer hours for lower wages, and we have shamefully the highest rate of childhood poverty of any major country.
So, you know, I announced I was going to run. I couldn't stand watching it anymore. We used to have victories. We don't have victories. We're going to have so many victories that you're going to be bored of winning. You're going to get so tired of it.
Fascist, anti-gay, Donald Trump, stay away! Racist, 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 fascist, anti-gay, Donald Trump, stay away!
Have you voted yet?
Have you voted yet? Have you voted yet?
Just contact your local town clerk.
Request a ballot. Complete your ballot.
And mail your ballot.
That way, when someone asks you, have you voted yet?
You can say, yes, I voted.
The committee concluded that there simply would be no benefit to selling BT outright because both the community asset and the city funds already invested would be lost. While the committee did not believe that an outright sale of Burlington Telecom would in any way be beneficial to the city, they did feel that a partial sale or partnership can provide realistic opportunity to moving BT forward and protecting our community asset.
It's a little odd to comment in this forum. I personally fundamentally believe it should not be sold. It should be maintained as a public utility. If we look at the history right here in the city of Burlington Electric Department, in its very early decades was off to a very rocky start.
An app for your phone to watch videos
and yet,
in your language.
The people of Burlington
the Vermont
persevered,
Language Justice
recognizing the value of owning our own utility. It's gone on to save us a lot of money, to be a leader on efficiency and other measures.
Hello and welcome. This is...
I know, we will. We'll get to that. All right.
I'd like to introduce some new flavors to you all. Racist, fascist, anti-gay, Donald Trump, stay away!
They just canceled Linda.
In the camera.
Welcome. Hello and welcome to the plural nouns of February. I am joined by Holly Shagnon and Emer Pondfini, and we will be joined by Megan O'Rourke, and I'm Selena Colburn. And what we're going to do over the next hour is I'm going to read some writing to you, and then we are going to move about a little bit and improvise, and then we're going to talk about it. So, I'm reading work from a project that is derived from some of my personal archives, including a journal that I kept in 2020, a diary that I've been keeping this year in 2025, and some letters that I wrote to my dear friend Rachel when I was in my teens and 20s, back in the 80s and 90s. So I'm going to start with a piece of writing called Bodies. Bodies. In mid-February, the year is 2020. There is a woman, and a woman keeps a diary. A message in a bottle, a furious archive of resistance from a spiral, bound. To her future self, 3 round holes into the woods, a trail. The dictator we will call Orontius, to be visited at a later date. Once, when your future self did some of the ancestor work that your future self was encouraged to do, she thought the ancestral guide that would come to her through meditation would be a hardened Nordic mother, stoic and cold and possibly a seer. Instead, she saw a lean, short-haired boy, girl crouched in the woods, ready to spring, a metallic hum running through their nerves like a motor. Today begins an integration. She writes to me now, this woman from the past. In February, she begins, this diary like a map. There is a piece of notebook paper in the pile, a future book, proof that she either lived or died. If she could make her mouth growl like that, she would never stop talking. Vertical line of frayed teeth. And your future self thought, I remember you not that long ago. In this lifetime, when I was younger, so many lifetimes ago, you were me. That date, dear fascism, is today. "2025, chronological. Pages, politics, primaries, rocks, breadcrumbs, woods, fights, words, people, woods, candles, woods, bitter greens, tariffs, hours, affairs, obsessions, woods, dreams, thoughts, ruminations, times, news, pursuits, Palestinians, armies, mind flayers, scientists, times, stages, news, nerves, blocks, woods, hills, nerves, days, turns, nerves, ancient cotton balls, noodles, bouts, piles, messages, rights, agencies, departments, heaps of gold, coups, wars, pogroms, weeks, tests, scans, developments, difficulties, nerves, hormones, peaks, visions, peaks, secrets, things, peaks, news, drawings, bowels, feet, twinges, bones, pages, hours, nerves, woods, things, stories, groups, belongings, resources, friends, things, connections, exercises, Pilates, walks, snowshoes, feet, skis, trails, pillows, blankets, morning pages, bits, babes, landscapers, explosions, pleasures, peaks. This next section is called Ancient Cotton Balls. Ancient cotton balls. How it feels this time around. She loses track, wakes up congested, goes back to bed, gets up, goes back to bed, wakes up cold, too hot, spikes a fever. When she was young and roamed the streets, she had a sticker on her black leather jacket that said free tampons or bloodshed, except when it aches and stings. Meanwhile, she is still emitting a steady stream of dark, sludgy blood, has a nosebleed, runs out of menstrual hygiene supplies. It must be her second or third week of bleeding now. Searing bouts of heavy chest, sinus pain, head stuffed with ancient cotton balls, sore, dry throat like an old husk of corn, a hunk of old, torn cardboard, a clot of sawdust. Now a raggedy cough consumes me. She tells herself that the heroine in the book she is imagining writing will be a perimenopausal woman who bleeds through her clothes. And as she tells herself this, she bleeds through her clothes. Body like limp, rubbery noodles. My brain is too soft to ruminate, I write, my friends. A calming stupidity, really. Seconds. She listens, writing a book about a small device. Twins watching. Snippet of a scream, a home sauna, the sound of clapping. Very cold, very sunny, fairly snowy. Cymbals crashing, bitter greens, inspirational speech, swelling orchestral chorus. Lit candles in every room. Nothing lasts longer than 10 seconds. I let myself be enchanted. (2020) chronological. Habits, years, lights, twinkly lights, outfitters, walkways, corners, parties, colleges, breakfast joints, hipsters, giant bowls, potatoes, hands, books, deficiencies, wars, habits, phones, hours, furies, sentences, people, courts, things, essays, delights, menstrual hygiene supplies, streets, tampons, charms, ads, feeds, videos, symbols, singers, seconds, performances, sessions, parents, guns, victims, purples, lines, parks, women, men, words, sex workers, victims, solutions, feds, wins, habits, people, efficiencies, infractions, years, jobs, backs, minutes, clothes, knives, parts, governments, sentences, aspects, multitudes, habits, tendencies, supplements, things, actions, meetings, hours, emails, days, accounts, debates, posts, members, moderates, days, contributions, habits, skills, squids, legislatures, ovaries, hours, assignments, documentaries, books, squids, kraken, eels, octopi, coral reefs, slices. Assignments. This woman who is contemplating coral reefs, eels, octopi, and free squids, kraken, these things will occur submerged underwater. She gives herself assignments, Write about what you see. No way to know how it will turn out. Watch underwater ocean documentaries, A Communicator on the Nautilus Live, The Little Mermaid. So maybe, she thinks, Orontius empowered a secret undercover ultimate weapon, a woman very like herself, but not herself, to be unleashed in all the state legislatures. What she will write about maybe is this: giant squids, 50 of them in total, so the feds can declare a state of emergency and enact martial law. Out of the corner of her eye, she spots a tentacle. Nerves. She was a woman working, a torturous project. Take no notice of me, a diary of sorts, the state's governing bodies. Nerves. Am I repeating myself? Her body of research and latest studies. She was in need of a morning writing practice. She was surrounded by bodies. Nerves just firing away, churning cortisol, raw and open and zinging, shattered, buzzing shoulders, icy blocks of clay. All the time, I will spend the fall of empire searching for just the right turns of phrase. Reading Babbitt's Slow Days, Fast Company, a line about a restaurateur filling in as a waitress, which turns her into a hummingbird of naked nerve endings, page 85. The body creeps along. I'm just a cog in your stupid wheel, so body, why not feel soft? She began every morning to write. Mornings, bones, pages, twinges, woods, hours, things. Anyway, nerves, all the time. I can often feel my blankets. Words. Dear Rachel, circa 1987. I wrote many words again and again. I find the whole project embarrassing, banal. It must have taken some time. This is also touching. Dear Rachel, not dated. On the page, no one thing is ever any one thing. Both, but, and. Can we banish any word? Each line of text, it is and. A line for each repeating appellation, it is but. But really, it is both. Dear Rachel, circa 1987. The words themselves, disembodied white, unclassifiable indigo, violet black, fire hydrant red, Folgers coffee ground brown, grassy green, smudged gray, pine forest green, faded pink, vanishing yellow. Royal blue flashes the sign. Two separated fingers pointing up, up, up. I'm just going to make sure I didn't miss anything here. Dear Rachel, circa 1987. Hope, 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 wish, 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 promise. Promise, 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 promise. Dark, 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 dance, 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 floral, 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 mornings, 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 brighter, 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 think, 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 point, 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 inspiration, 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 yes, 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 color, 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 love. Love, 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 need, 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 desire. Desire, 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 desire. Desire, 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 people, 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 win, 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 piano. Piano, 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 night. Night, 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 innocence, 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 shadow, 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 smile, 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 moonlight, 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 moonlight. Pictures, 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 Sphinx, 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 slice, 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 difference, 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 life, 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 last, 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 soul, 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 who, and who was the me who wrote you these words?
scans.
Fights, knives, explosions, difficulties. Slices.
Fights.
Jobs.
Accounts.
Groups. Turns, emails, peaks, essays, woods, feeds, visions, seconds, furies, pogroms, hills, parts, hours, habits, hours, habits, trails, eels,
Difficulties. Debates.
rocks, books, rocks, books, woods, courts,
Nice.
Delights. Close. Essays. Bits. Turns. Belongings. Women. Secrets. Explosions. Assignments, obsessions, messages, governments,
Connections.
talk about it?
Need the mic?
Yeah, you're going to facilitate us, right? Yeah.
Well,
should we move over
cut.
there?
And cut. And yeah, let's move over here. Is that okay, Ollie? Two to a chair. Come squeeze in.
Squeeze in. Yeah, that's good.
And I'll hand you the mic.
Okay, you're sitting on it. Oh. Still wearing.
Can we introduce ourselves?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Get rid of this little bag.
So we're here. We're still in the CCTV studios, and we got some audience members. Hi, Amy and James. Welcome. And who's your partner, Holly?
David.
David. That's right. Hi, David. And thank you, Ali. And Miles is back there, and Travis is clearing the set. I don't know, Fraj, if you want to show Travis clearing the set on Studio A. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis.
Tell us, introduce yourselves.
My name is Emer Ponfini.
I'm Selena Colburn.
I'm Holly Shagnon.
And I'm Megan O'Rourke. And thanks, Selena, for organizing this and bringing us together. What did we just do? Well, let me just say, while you're thinking about that, Selena met with me probably about a month ago, and she brought in, I met her at Pho Hong for dinner, and she brought in a box that was all taped up, and it had a picture on the front. And it was prepared, and we had dinner, and we just caught up because we've known each other since we were in high school. And I dragged her off to Florida against her will to get a sunburn. I was just reading my journal the other day about that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And then Selena pulls out this box after dinner, and she cuts it open, and I said, and she pulls out these scraps from her journals that have been shredded since she started a journal in 2020, and I said, God, this makes me incredibly uncomfortable. That was what I felt. I felt like deeply uncomfortable. So what's happening?
Yeah, well, similarly, Emer and I are in a writing group together, and when I brought an earlier installation of this project to the writing group, I wrote an email trying to describe all the methodology and process to it, and the writing group was like, we really like the writing that you shared, but don't ever describe this to people like that again. So I'm a little scared to say what it is, but it's a serial interdisciplinary, this is part of a serial interdisciplinary work in progress that draws on my past and current practices as a writer, as an archivist, as a choreographer and dance improviser, and a little bit as an activist too. And so the way the project has been going so far is that I've been working primarily with two journals, one that I started in February of 2020 and one that I've been keeping this year, and then I am working kind of month by month backwards through that material to create something that takes writing as its kind of core practice, but that plays around with performance and this notion of archiving and recording. And so the first installation, which I'm kind of just finishing up, is like an artist book for the month of January that is what you saw a prototype of, and that Emer has seen and responded to. And then this, I think of what we just did as a rough draft for what I think will be a broadside or poster art that sort of takes some of that script and kind of reworks it and refines it and presents it in that format, and then this will kind of live in the archives of CCTV, which is like so exciting to me, and you should give to CCTV. It's a live telethon, give them some money, because they do incredible work archiving our collective story in this community. But it will also live in the footnote of that broadside as a citation. So a lot of the writing I've been doing has been playing with my practice as a librarian and archivist and using like bibliographic forms like citations and indexes and stuff. So that's what we just did. We kind of did a rough draft live performance of a piece of writing for footnote.
Cool. Emer or Holly, do you want to say anything about being in that piece? You came to this, Selena said, hey, do you want to?
Sure. I'll start, and you want to take over. Well, first of all, I just want to acknowledge that all four of us have known each other for 40 years, some odd, and I think that that's really what's interesting about the connections is the working and reworking of performance and community-oriented activities and language of some different kinds, and just that we keep we're in the same soup over and over again in our community doing that, and I felt that in this moment suddenly, this like, oh my gosh, we are all 50s-ish and doing this work still, and that was really cool to me, and to be doing it for CCTV's Telethon, which has also been around as long as we've been around, is incredible too. And also,
not to make too light of it, but the connection to Jim Rader.
Yes, my stepdad. Yes,
videographer here until had recorded. Yeah.
Yes,
that's kind of fun.
Yeah, and I can remember being on CCTV Bits when I was like 11. I mean, really, it's a long-standing community television network, and. In the moment, though, I was kind of experiencing the tensions between as I was doing this, I was thinking about how it was both precious, the words were precious, the clothing was precious, but also not precious, and not, just like our daily lives are precious and mundane at the same time. And I was feeling that interesting tension in the words and in the movements we were doing. And I was also just thinking about how, in the writing group that we're in together, getting to witness Selena's working process, which is so bizarre and nonlinear, but also inspirational, because there's this quality of like whatever happens is the thing that was intending to happen, and that there's like weird clues in your own writing to the arbitrariness of the work that you're going to do, and you're just creating these unusual structures and then imposing them and reimposing them and teasing things out. I find it a very fascinating and inspiring process that, even though I wouldn't necessarily engage in it exactly the same way as a creator, I would definitely take things from it. And I appreciate that, being exposed to that.
Hello. Well, I'm always a little slower to process stuff, or like at least verbally, right? So for me, I can say off the top of my head some thoughts, but I'm sure I'll have plenty more later on, because I'm always like a little slower to for me to verbalize. Speaking of verbalizing, when you said, "Oh, you can say some words," and I was like, "Who's gonna be the first one to say something?" It was you. And it was me, because I'm most nervous about that. So for me, I was like, just get it over with, get it going, get it going with, because I'm totally, most of the time, very comfortable physically with my body, in front of others. But speaking for me is way more nerve-wracking for me. I don't know. Yeah. So anyway, so that was interesting. Always to have that challenge. And so when I saw that was in the, the prompts or whatever, I was like, okay, good. We're gonna do that. That's great. And that's also totally expected from Selena. I was like, there will be some verbalization. There'll be some, which I love about your work. Yeah, and like and a lot of what Emer said, I could reiterate as well. Like we have all this history, physically and otherwise, so that was very comforting. And yeah, and I love just improvising to see what's going to happen because it's never the same. Yeah.
So my literal mind, even though I'm comfortable doing nothing, my literal mind is going, why, Selena, why? You know, you're a library scientist, archivist, activist, work with the Vermont Domestic Network. You care deeply. You are oftentimes a moral compass that I'll turn to and say, what way is the wind blowing and which way is Selena's sail going? Like, so what are you hoping people feel? What are you hoping to unearth? Why are you doing this?
I think I'm first and foremost doing it because it gives me pleasure. And I feel like it's really important to, we reclaiming the things that give us pleasure is like a really important form of resistance, I think, in the current moment. The generative community building things that give us pleasure. And yeah, I feel so like I have always struggled with the connection between art and politics, and I think that might be a little bit underneath the question that you're asking me. It's like, what does this have to do with anything in this moment? And I'm not sure I know the answer, but like the archivist in me, that's why there's a contemporaneous diary that's part of this, and also a diary that is from the first year of COVID. And I feel really compelled to like leave a record and so the earlier first installment piece that Emer read is like really addresses fascism pretty directly. There's a whole kind of essay section of that just says Dear Rights basically is like this almost epistolary form, writing to fascism, that's a diary practice for me. I write diary pages in the morning sometimes that start Dear Fascism, and then I just free write from there. And so yeah, I think I want to make a record of what it's like to be alive in this moment, in the moment, and then continue to try to make sense of it. So I think of what I'm doing now as like a very much a serial work in progress that I'll probably continue to revise and refine what comes out of it later. But right now I'm just like bringing everything I know, trying to see what it means to bring everything I know into one form that leaves a trace, I think, and definitely try to, this is a little more abstract, I think, but a lot of the writing that I'm doing is trying to get more explicit about resistance and articulating that and expressing it. I don't know. I don't feel like that's a very good answer, but.
No, I think, I think that's like the archives are about, leaving a trace. But they're also more than that. They're also inviting people to look, compare, contrast, recreate. And it's interesting we say like I feel like you and I have had a journey, the Political Knitters Project. So I don't know when that was, when we started the Political Knitters Project. And at that time I was just like, that pleasure piece, I just want to surround myself with knitted fabrics. And we were starting to create the Political Knitters Project, which was just a study group. And then till you and Rachel basically launched VARF, the Vermont Entree, Vermont Access to Reproductive Freedom. And I watched you all just like like, oh wow, look at that, they're organizers, like and how sometimes that pleasure can take off into something.
Yeah, I always like love to say that Vermont Access to Reproductive Freedom, which props to the people who are keeping that going. It's amazing organization, and that have very little involvement with at this point, has like its own life cycle, which I think is really cool. But I do always like to say that Vermont Access to Reproductive Freedom started as a splinter group of a political knitting group.
A knitting reading group. I wonder if, Holly, you're a performer on the regular. Do you still perform with the Smittens? Music?
In a while. We have not performed in several years now, but we haven't broken up or anything. We just life and other things, and yeah. So.
What about the pleasure piece? The performance as pleasure, which is odd for not my.
Yeah. Well, for me, so in the Smittens, I play drums. I don't sing. Again, not my verbal. It's not my favorite. I mean, I like to sing, but I'm a little shy about it. Anyways, but yeah, for me, the energy that I get back from people that are present as part of that experience it's amazing. Yeah, I like, we record too, and that's fine. I don't dislike recording, but I just like performing because I like the energy that it brings for me personally and for the people that are part of that experience as well. Yeah.
We have 5 minutes or 4 minutes or so. You work at the library.
Yes.
You've been in this community for a long time, and you're also a performer. Talk about that, the piece that Selena talked about, performance, pleasure.
Okay. I think for me, I mean, some of us don't have a choice. We end up doing art even when we're trying not to. Like, it just keeps happening, and we're probably all in that camp. You know, that some part of us just says this is important. You got to keep doing this thing. And I think that pleasure is like that. It's like a trailhead that says it's like beckoning. It's like, come down this way. There's something important this way, you know. And sometimes it's like a tricky trailhead, right? You have to watch where pleasure is taking you. But I feel like one of the things that not that everything has to have a function, but one of the functions of pleasure to me is helping me understand what is worth fighting for and protecting and celebrating and living our lives in, you know. And so when I follow the pleasure of art or performance down that trailhead, I'm always finding like the secret treasure of life there, you know. And even when meaning's not clear, or it's not like a clear narrative, I'm still finding in there something ineffable that has this intrinsic value forever, and that seems to be, as far as I can tell, that secret treasure seems to be soulful and as such kind of in opposition to the crushing forces, you know, that seem to try to crush the soulful out of ourselves and out of our worlds that we're making. And I that's kind of simplistic, but I feel like that's where I find the resistance of it, how it's resistant, you know, is that it's moving towards the soul. That's it. You got anything else to say on that score? We're done, right? Are we done?
You can close us out.
Okay. Well, I'll just close us out by saying it was like such a pleasure to get to be in collaboration with these folks who I've been dancing with Holly for a really long time. You've been in dance films I made, and Emer too. We met through the work of Hannah Dennison. Megan and I were in a teen dance company, Street Teens, together in the 1980s. There's some good footage of us in these very archives doing our thing. Yeah, and then we had a splinter group of Street Teens that was Contrast, our youth-led thing. And so it's just like such a pleasure to get to play and be in deep community. And I think just to bring us back to, your final pitch. I think that's what CCTV is all about. It's like been that space for me for decades. And we should all support it and keep track of our history.
And say hi to Lori Colburn. I hope you're watching this, because we miss you in the neighborhood. But hearts out. Thanks, folks, for watching. Again, if you want to see more of the lineup, cctv.org/telethon is the full schedule for today. You can also come in to the studio, 294 North Winooski. And thank you, Amy and James and David, for joining us in the studio audience, and Ali behind the camera, and Travis, who's still running the show. And we're going to go, where are we going now, Travis? We're going to watch some clips. So thanks for watching, and hope you call us, 802-862-3966. Talk to you later. Bye.
I just very briefly want to say thank you so much. I think I was very shocked, honestly, seeing your total budget and everything you do with that. And we often have conversations about investments that we could be making as a municipality, and trying to sort of squeeze every dollar out of taxpayer funds, and clearly you all are doing that in a variety of ways. So I really appreciate it, appreciate the role you play in preserving our democracy. Thank you.
I also just appreciated seeing some of the numbers in here. I think we're clearly getting great value for what we're receiving, based on the rates that you charge for production. And we'll offer my annual appreciation for Town Meeting TV for working with us on catching up on our funding share.
Can I just add to that they're also safely storing all of our equipment that normally lives at 2 Lincoln, so it does not get messed up in the renovation. So much appreciated.
And thanks for your election coverage.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's like our Christmas or holiday. Yeah. We love it.
I'm always happy with CCTVs and Town Meeting Television Services to Essex Junction. I've been a longtime board member, and Amber is now board member, and we can't keep our government transparent without them. So
I think what you're doing is important. It just holds everyone accountable.
I see your crews all over the place at different events, covering political events, non-political events. It was really nice to see, I think it was 2 separate crews rolling through the Winooski Senior Center for Election Day. And providing that coverage of Election Day that we wouldn't have received otherwise in Winooski. So the work you do is definitely appreciated by the community, so thank you.
Thank you very much for your patience in sticking with us this evening. I want to echo the comments made by Councilor Kane and others. Deep gratitude and thanks for your team that we have here at all these meetings and all our other city events. And thank you, Kevin, for your representation of us on the board. I really appreciate your being here this evening.
And thank you for Travis.
Yes, thank you, Travis, once again.
I've been on the town meeting trustees for, 7 years or something between Burlington and Winooski. Every year, they get less funding from cable and somehow provide more coverage. And that has been consistently trending for like a decade. So, great job.
Thank you, Councilor Newby.
A little painful, but yes.
Yes.
It's true.
If I can just make a statement while everyone's here, I just wanted to say what a tremendous effort y'all have put forth as we bounce our meetings around from City Hall to the community center to the Brownell Library. This is now our more permanent home as City Hall is renovated, but your team has been excellent in making the adjustments and meeting our needs, and even as we try to find space that's private for executive sessions, they've been accommodating to all of that. And so I just wanted to take a moment and say thank you and extend a bit of gratitude to everyone involved for that, because it's out of the norm, but the ability to adapt has been amazing. And so I didn't want that to go unsaid.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how we managed without having everything online. It's so convenient when you want to catch up on something or miss something. So super helpful.
Thank you.
And good job getting $1 million out of the legislature.
No, it's always a great experience. It's always very professional. Everything's very patient. Everything works really well. Couldn't be happier with the service.
Thanks. I just want to thank you all. Your work really contributes to the strong sense of community here. And I'll say that I would not be a city councilor if it wasn't for your work. Just the accessibility of being able to explore and learn so much at your own pace about city affairs is just a tremendous asset. It's incredibly valuable. Thank you.
Do you have video production experience? Are you interested in local government and public affairs? Do you want to produce media that makes a difference? If so,
wonderful program y'all had there. I mean, I guess it's hard to fill up these couches, you know, it's a very big shoes to fill. But hey, regardless, remember, it's really important to go donate to TTTV. Remember, it is at townmeetingtv.cctv.org. And also remember the phone number as well. And yeah, I mean, we don't really have a next program, so we're just going to be showing outside footage. And so thank you for watching.
Okay. What the hell happened on Monday night with me, your host, City Councilor Max Tracy from Ward 2, coming to you live from the Old North End here at Channel 17 Studios. It was a crazy meeting, probably the most crazy meeting that I've been through in 6 years on the City Council. A meeting that lasted 8.5 hours, starting at 5:30 and not concluding until 1:45 a.m., and dealing really only with one topic, and that topic was the pending sale of Burlington Telecom.
More than any other reason, I believe I was elected in 2012 to resolve the Burlington Telecom crisis, which is perhaps the largest financial crisis in the city's more than 150-year history. Today, I share with our entire community the welcome news that the city has made good on our promise to resolve the Burlington Telecom crisis.
With the internet, we obviously have to make a commitment like we did in the Depression to get broadband out to rural America so that there's a chance to compete. And one of the most important things that has to be part of it too is public access television, which has as its mission informing people in the local community.
You know what they say, history is always written by the winners. Well, the corporate crowd a century ago kind of won over the populists and managed to crush and eliminate and bury that whole history of what the relationship was between people and corporations and how what's happening today is not inevitable, it's not irreversible.
And ever since I've been coming to the NPAs, I've just been so captivated by this awesome place for community members to connect and have open discussions, especially the fact that the very first item on the agenda is Speak Out. I think that's so cool.
Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black lives matter!
If poems could march in the streets, overturn verdicts, bring corrupt police to justice, if they could bring a boy back his life and a mother back her son, a father back his boy, return bullets to a gun, unloose the lynch rope and unravel the knots from choked throats, we would not be choking on tears. When do our lives become valuable in the eyes of the law? When does hate cease to be exonerated behind a badge and lighter skin? And God forbid you wear a hoodie in the rain while having black skin with Skittles in your pocket. You can taste the rainbow, but you can't taste freedom. You can taste your own blood, but you can't taste the rainbow.
From my vantage point, I'm sort of working on what I hope will be the sort of the interpretive space here in the office. This will remain the main entrance, but the goal is that this entryway will be more associated with the mural and the exhibition space. I mean, people can obviously choose to come in there, but realistically, the goal is to make sure that anyone who wants to.
I'm Dan Higgins, and I am
Today, introducing a show of photographs, an exhibit of photographs at the Flynn Dog Gallery. You have the Mosquito region, Bilwi, Puerto Cabezas. This is Burlington, sister city, right here. I like pictures of people in their workplace. This is a woman, very well-known woman, that produces a coconut bread that's very popular. These are the young people who produce public access television in Bilwi, and these guys are milking the cow. They're trying to get some crema for beans in the morning.
This can be a pakwa also. It's a blunt arrow, which is made to stun. You want to shoot a squirrel or something like that, or rabbit, and you want to punch a hole in the hide, because you just have to sew it up again if you're going to use the hide for anything.
So is it like sometimes like loud or just quiet?
It depends. Depends on the time, especially when there's elections around. It's more busy. I don't know, you've missed the last election. It was a general election where the town meetings, it gets crazy around the town meetings because everyone's coming here to vote, the early votings and stuff.
This is the CSWD Materials Recovery Facility, and it's where all of the recyclable materials from within Chittenden County and about half of Vermont come to be processed, sorted, baled, and ready to ship to market.
Here comes the big cookie right now. Look at this cookie. This one's mine. This is the one I get to eat. 3, 2, 1. Jump those cookies. Into the glass of milk it goes. Into your glass.
He assessed her and found that she was most likely choking. Officer Shiravelli then performed the Heimlich maneuver on the female and dislodged a piece of food. She began breathing again and was then assessed by Essex Rescue. Shiravelli's quick response and actions saved this person's life. So on behalf of the Essex Police Department and our community, I want to congratulate you, present you with a life-saving award.
My name is Aaron Haji, and today we have a local artist group by the name of A2VT who will be sharing their story with us.
The subject of our program today is human trafficking, context, and its effect in Vermont.
Que están llegando a la comunidad y se están integrando también, ¿verdad? Ahí esa foto que ven es la asamblea de Addison.
The Good Samaritan law will protect them. They don't have to worry about, I'm going to get in trouble now, so I'm not going to call.
I'll take $5,000. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I'll take $5,000. So if that's just being going away just to pay off debt that you may or may not be able to pay off anyways.
That's part of a leaf bag.
Part of a leaf
yep,
bag.
So you can use the bag too. Just got to break, the more you break up all of your materials, the faster it will break down and the quicker you'll get compost.
Hey, we got a caller with probably a challenge for the chumps here. Okay. Caller, what's your first name?
We will be having every month a show where I will bring people in this community doing great work.
Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to CCTV Channel 17. This is our telethon, 24 hours show that's been going on for about 18 hours now, actually, and we're getting pretty close. We need your help. We need your donations to make sure that we can save the archives. These archives are a very vital part of Burlington, Winooski, Essex, and Williston video history, and it's important to support this this channel and many decades of archive footage that we have. Also, I want to take this time to thank CCTV for, giving me opportunities and giving other folks in this community that don't have access to TV, radio, or journalism to get their voices heard. And I think this is very important to remember that public access is, a community, and it's an important part of our democracy. Right now, throughout this country, democracy is under attack, and this is something that makes organizations like CCTV and Channel 17 extremely important for our democratic ways and our freedom of speech, and giving access to people that do not have access to media production, television, news, and give us an alternative perspective on what is going on in the community. This is extremely important time for immigrant population, for folks that are BIPOC in the community in our state, to be involved and be active. There are many attacks on different fronts that are taking place right now in terms of civil rights, human rights, and I think that as an immigrant and as a Muslim who's been living in Burlington for almost 25 years now, I think that it is important for me to be active and be present, and CCTV gives me this opportunity to do this. And it is important for us, and one of the most important things to understand about public access is that anyone can come to the station and produce content. So this is something that when I was younger, that was something, the question I always had is, how do I gain access to TV production? How do I get access to expensive camera gear? And public access and CCTV is one of those ways that people who don't have access to equipment can come to the station, get trained, and produce their own content. And this is extremely important part of our democracy. So, this is a plea for everyone who's watching this online or through cable to make a phone call public access, and donate to the archives. These archives are an important part of the history of Burlington and the democratic way that we have been organizing. And right now, nationally, there is an attack on public broadcast, and lots of funding from the federal government is being undermined by legislation and bills that are being passed. So it is important to show solidarity and to stand for democracy and stand for freedom of speech and support grassroots organizations like Channel 17 and Public Access. And one of my passions working in media is to be able to give a voice to immigrant population. And Vermont is a very unique state. It's a state that we don't have a lot of representation in terms of BIPOC population and immigrant population in our media and in our political sphere and in our journalism field. So it's really important to motivate yourself and get out there and produce content. And one of the first things is barriers to, might be barriers to language. And again, Public Access Channel 17 is working very hard with other organizations to create content and translation in different languages. And also, it is very important for us to be involved in municipal and local government. And that's, again, another pivotal aspect, important aspect of Channel 17 is that we're covering all the city council, select boards, and you as a voter, as a citizen, as a resident can be in tune with what's happening in your local government. Because as we all know, grassroots democracy begins in our municipal district. It begins in our ward. And getting to know your city council and being involved is another wonderful way that Channel 17 supports the community. And that's why, it's important for you to not only just watch the news, but participate and come to the station, pay us a visit, and find out how easy it is for you to learn how to use the gear, how to produce content. and how to contribute. And there's constantly part-time positions opening for field producer jobs and other opportunities, so you can volunteer and also get hired and make some extra cash and also get access to some very good gear. So this is really important. So take this time to pick up the phone, make a phone call, donate $10, $20, $100, whatever you can to support this organization. And it's also important to remember that Bernie Sanders is the person who started this station and this organization. So also it's important to remember that the legacy of what this station has contributed. So it is important. It's very vital for us to be involved as democratic members of the community, and in these vital times when we know that our freedom of speech and our access to democratic rights are undermined, having such powerful community organizations to give us direct access to democratic media is pivotal and is vital. So with that said, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank everybody at CCTV for giving me this opportunity to speak, and I would like to also thank all the members and the staff that have supported me in my journey, and thank you so much. And I'm hoping to contribute more, and we'll keep you posted on the donations and how much we have received. And thank you so much again.
The telethon is Friday and I'm excited. Oh, and I want to be the first to donate. I'm donating $41 in cash today. I don't know if that's going to work or not, but put me at the top of the list. I want to donate $41, 42, because we have to give one for luck, because we want to remain right here. The community is in need of Channel 17, CCTV. We need this always, just like I talk about the People's Kitchen and the free food. Everybody eats no matter what. We gonna have a party this weekend, raising the money to save the archives. They are essential, and we need to have those memories always in good shape, because our children will learn from them. I got grandbabies now, so.
Well, hey, how you doing? Back with another interview segment today with a lovely man who has the name of
Jerome Lipani.
I gotta say, it's an honor to meet you. So I guess, well, quick question: who are you?
Who am I?
Yes. What do you do?
I'm a long-term artist activist. I've been doing this since the late '60s. I have been filming Bread and Puppet plays, full-length plays. At this point, after 12 years, I've filmed about 111 of them. I do full-length productions, and I also do shorts. And I was a theater major, and I had very wonderful mentors who told me, educated me about what began to be happening in the theater in the Weimar period, which is the period in Germany before Hitler rose to power. And so that was in the 30s in Germany, and there were many innovative things that were happening in terms of the arts in relation to social issues. And so there were some famous directors like Piscator, who did things like have the actors on stage reading the newspaper, the daily newspaper, and acting out a scene from that. And so that was like a completely radical thing that was happening. And then there was Bertolt Brecht and his distancing technique, in which he wanted signs to be put up at the beginning of a scene, so in order to alienate, or to help to separate, rather, the audience members who were normally would get caught up in the magic of the theater and moving their consciousness into the consciousness of the production itself in a dreamlike way, in a way that was like a celebration of the unconscious itself, or that Jung talks about, and it was in order to break that emotional relationship that they might normally have with the characters that they were seeing on the stage, to have people concentrate on what the issues really were that were being discussed. And so Peter Schumann, who has directed Bread and Puppet since the mid-'60s, since earlier than that, has followed through on that technique. And that's what I do also in relating the films to him and to his work. I often do that. I zero in on the message that's being really asked for here and expressed here. So over the last few years since the pandemic, there have been many exhibits that we have made, that I have made in collaboration with Alexis Smith, who takes the bed sheets that Peter has been painting, which were donated bed sheets. Often they are a double bed, or it could be a queen size bed, and he has created hundreds of these bed sheets. And then we have live interpretations of these bed sheets that occur in performance improvisatorially by actors of the company. So, yes, there have been many things, many plays that have been over the last few years that have been concentrating on the crisis in Gaza and in the Ukraine. Both of these wartime scenarios are something that is very, very, very deeply traumatizing and disturbing to Peter. It keeps him up at night. He can't sleep because of the horrors of the Gaza situation. And so I have a channel at Orca TV in Montpelier, which I've had since these 12 years, and where YouTubes go up. But here, with the incredible support of Megan and the rest of CCTV, we have been archiving my movies here in the MP4 form, that is the pre-form, before they get up, before they're uploaded to YouTube. And so there's 111. I think there's actually 104 or so, because I have films that I need to add to this archive that I will be doing next week. I have additional movies here, as well as more than 50 movies on environmental movement events of agitprop theater that happened very brilliantly in Montpelier many times at the State House about pipelines not coming to Vermont through Vermont, gas pipelines coming in order to be able to go to Maine and then get shipped abroad or go down into Massachusetts, and so that has been also a very important subject that I have been handling. I have been working on environmental issues since 1970, 71, and I was one of the first users of public access, which was begun then in the 70s by people like Didi Halleck here in Vermont and in New York. She is a close associate of Bread and Puppet also, and she has many films of Bread and Puppet. And in Denmark, there were public access was begun, although that was in relation to 16 millimeter then, rather in the early 70s, we were stopping an airport from being built, which would be just in the direct line of migratory bird route on an island between Sweden and Denmark. That the businessmen, even in these countries that we tend to perhaps romanticize because we believe that their socialist systems are very intact. Well, they aren't necessarily. The businessmen always have their bottom line in mind, and it's always about money, and it's always about their making their personal money. And so we made a film about that, because milieu in Danish means in ecology and environment, and in those early days in 1970, 71, this was not a word that was very well understood in the world at all. So we were attempting with our campaign to bring that concept, that word into the world in a mainstream way. And so then you come into conflict, as well as when you are working as an artist, activist in an anti-war situation. With the environment, it was the same thing. When you try to go to the major media to have them cover the depth of the story that you are trying to tell about the immediacy of a crisis situation, we were always finding that our views, our actions were always being distorted. We were always being turned into a joke. We were some kind of also ran or something like that, rather than the true stories in depth of and the research that we were uncovering. And that was the reason why we were doing direct action, including in the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment. The first one was in 1972 in Stockholm. And I and my cohorts, friends, were doing guerrilla actions within the conference, because we were confronting the people who were meant to be the experts, like Barry Commoner, Margaret Mead, and others. These liberal people who might, sometimes their views might be on the border of being progressive in relation to the environment, but then they often failed because they would back off and become safe instead of pushing forward an agenda which we were then calling radical. We were considering ourselves to be radical. Radical means to me going to the root. That's actually the root of the word from the Latin. Rods, rates in Latin means root. So radical means getting to the root of the problem. So that's why worldwide at that time, worldwide, at least between the US and Europe at that time, people were beginning to make public access stations. And I am very happy to say that CCTV in Burlington keeps up the original meaning and message of the foundational principles of free speech. All of my work as an artist has been about free speech for all of these years, for 60 years almost at this point, yeah. For 55 to 65 years, it has been like that. And that is why I am aligned with Bread and Puppet, as I have been also aligned with the Living Theater, which was another great radical theater, which was also an ally of Bread and Puppet. And so that's why I've come here today to try to be of some support for this in this telethon. We are hoping that we're going to be able to archive here not only my films, of course, but the films of all the serious filmmakers who have been making documentation of Bread and Puppet work. And so this archive is very much in need of support in that way. And I couldn't be more thrilled than to be here with my allies in this movement.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you so much, man. That was really inspirational, especially as someone who's aspiring to be a filmmaker and seeing how you use the art and medium of film and theater to just bring light to issues that most wouldn't consider important enough to even talk about or thinking about, enough to get ignored by legislators and all that. And the fact that we have that archived here, it just reminds us the importance of the archives. It reminds us of the importance of art in general. So I got to thank you for that, Jerome. Thank you so much. It was wonderful having you here, man.
It's like we need the arts now at this moment of incredible crisis. The arts are what's going to pull us through, the activist arts. So, yeah, I'm glad you're doing what you're doing. And I'm sorry, I talk so much nonstop. You didn't even get a chance to ask me a question.
Hey, I got one good question in there. That's all I need. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Appreciate you, Jerome. Wonderful having you. All right. It was a pleasure. I think we got to move on to the next segment, but thank you.
Try to get onto the phone.
The Vermont Language Justice Project has a mobile phone app that will let you find and watch lots of videos in your language. The videos share important information about life in the U.S., your health, and services that are available to you. The Vermont Language Justice Project is a nonprofit organization, and we make these videos with experts like doctors, nurses, and teachers. We always make sure the information in the videos is correct and truthful before we get them translated. Our translators translate the videos into many languages so that all people can get this important information. One way to find and watch our videos is in our app, which is called Information for You, or IFI for short. The app is free to download and use. We will never ask you for money or for your personal information. You will not need to create an account or share your contact information to use our app. To get the app on your phone, go to the Google Play Store if you have an Android phone, or the Apple Store if you have an iPhone. Download and install the app on your phone. After the app is installed, tap on the dark purple IFI icon to open the app. Find your language in the list. When your language is highlighted in light purple, tap on the arrow button. All of the videos you see are in your language. You need to be connected to Wi-Fi or use your cell phone data to watch videos. The videos are organized by categories to make it easy to find what you are looking for. The categories are health, health testing, mental health, climate and weather, safety, housing, food, finances, employment, children, transportation, life in the U.S., Vermont, your rights, education, and healthy living. You can scroll down to see all the categories. You can also choose which categories you want to see by tapping on the categories listed along the top of the screen. You can choose as many or as few as you want to look at. To see all the videos in a category, tap the arrow. To watch a video, tap the image. You can make the video bigger by tapping on the expand button at the bottom right of the video. You can turn your phone sideways to watch it in full screen. To change the language, tap on the arrow on the home screen. We add new videos to the app regularly. The 3 newest videos are always shown first under each category. Don't forget to check the app regularly to see new videos that have been added.
In bringing us together. But the best of all of them is this organization. Channel 17, we cannot thank them for what they do, bringing us closer and closer together every single day.
Thank you. And let me thank Channel 17 for sponsoring this event, everybody for being here, and all of these fellow Vermonters who are up here making their points public.
Really appreciate Channel 17 being here. It's important to all of us.
Public access TV is about being informed. It's about getting information at the local and state level in a wide variety of views. And I think that that's what we need to make informed decisions.
Channel 17 provides a voice for myself and anybody else who has something that they want to say about the community or about the world. And the fact that we have broadcasts of government meetings and stuff for people that can't get to all of those government meetings, these are important things that I think in a democracy that we need to have and we need to keep having.
Thanks again to Vicki Lampron for sharing her story earlier, and thanks to Representative Lippard for being the last elected official standing on the panel.
Thanks, Channel 17.
Channel 17.
So you could go up to 2 hours, or actually up to 6 hours.
On one film?
On one film.
6 hours on one film?
Yeah.
How can you go 6 hours on one film?
I don't know. The tape moves really slowly, and it.
The movie thing is like the ones like this only for a half hour. The great big reels like this are only for about 45 minutes, a half hour. You know, the ones that they play in the movies, in the theaters?
Yeah. Okay, that's film though, and this is video.
Here at the Fletcher Free Library, and also at Contoy's Auditorium, and also at the Church Street Center and some other places around town, the Vermont Storytelling Festival. And we're going to show you what kinds of places it's going to be taking place inside. Come on.
Hello, my name is Peter Burns, and I'll be your suave and sophisticated host for the storytelling here at 7:30 on Friday evening. There'll be a variety of different kinds of storytellers and different styles of stories. I'll know you enjoy it, so please come join me for this evening of stories. Thank you.
Hi! We're zucchini princesses. Nothing? You had fun. I don't think he has a name right.
I saw on TV.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Pardon
Thank you,
me, ma'am.
Josiah, for
May
your
I ask-
interview with Jerome. Also being here so around 6 in the morning, hosting. I am back on TV, y'all. We are here. Josiah has really filled in for me. I was more behind the scenes for this time. Aubrey, thank you for being here from 6 a.m. Learning the switcher today at 6 a.m. was pretty amazing. Can I ask you both, what do the CCTV archives mean to you?
Well, to me personally, oh yeah, right there. Hold on. To me, they mean a lot. I can hold it. Oh, bet. I know. I'm so used to holding them. I can't, like, every time someone's like giving it to me, it's like, oh, thank you. I guess I really understand why it's easy to grab this when you're the interviewee. But I guess talking about the archives a little bit, it you know, I didn't really know anything about this until about 6 months back when I first started interning here, which I love, by the way. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. But just being here and learning about the community and, like, actually being a part of the content and being able to see what we do for people and what you guys care about so much about free speech. Like, I know I talked about it with Jason when I was trying to do my own interviews for school, but I was like, oh, yeah, but I kind of want to give them free. I want to, like, let the people speak their truth. And he was like, that's Travis talk. And I'm like, yeah, it is. But, like, it's true, though. I mean, I really care about what we do here. And I'm so glad that we have the archives to just keep that part of history alive and not only commemorate these moments and these important pivotal parts of our history, but also just people and make sure that their legacy isn't forgotten. And so that's something that I really care about.
Yeah, I mean, on the same page, like, I didn't know as much about the archives until this year. In my classes at UVM, I had a community media production course. And through that, I got to come to CCTV, and I got to learn about what public access TV means to the community, and all of that stuff. And then it was something completely different, being able to see that in person, being able to see, like, walk through the archives and just feel the history there. And it would be such a shame to lose that. I mean, you know, to be able to look back on anything that you want in Burlington, dating back, like, to times you haven't seen, you know, it's really special. And being able to be here and work to build the archives too has also been a really unique experience. And, you know, talking to everybody here about how important it is to not only protect, but to feed the archive. And, like, as someone who works with video and likes to look back and use archival footage, it's really fun to consider that and, you know, look at everything we have around us, film everything, capture it all, because you don't know what it's going to look like in a few years, you know? Yeah.
Amazing. Now you all are both interns here. Thank you so much for your presence. Or, well, you were a former intern. Can you talk about a little bit of your experience working with CCTV as an intern, going from someone who's a community member to being here, working, really understanding what the history of this place is about? Can you talk more about that?
Of course. Yeah, well, it definitely took a lot of my time. The thing is that before doing it, I was just thinking about it, and I didn't really, like, I was kind of interested in news, and I was like, I cared about the community, obviously, but I didn't really, like, do anything about it. And so, you know, one day when my teacher comes up to me and is with the proposal, hey, do you want internship? I was like, hey, that's free money. I need that. But I guess when I actually got here and I started working with Jackie and then with Lily as well, and you especially, like, doing this, and especially like some days we wouldn't even go out to record anything. We would just talk about, like, important issues, about the community, about what the importance of what we do at CCTV is, and about free speech and everything. It was eye-opening, frankly. You know what I mean? It meant a lot to be able to see the actual work being put in to take care of the community, talk about the community, and show that it really matters more than just, there's so much more that we could be doing more than just like sitting there and be like, oh, I love taking care of my community. I could actually provide and showcase and do things in support of my community that I think definitely helped me grow and change as a person, as well as also a media, filmmaker, interviewer, journalist. It's important to actually learn about what you care about and be able to act on it, especially. So, yeah. Should I give it to her or you? All right, here we go. Yeah.
I'm tired. Can you can you restate the question?
How is going from a community member to working with CCTV in capacity?
Really, really cool. I mean, it was awesome because I feel like with the timing of when I got this internship and the timing of when I was wrapping up at UVM, it just really collided perfectly for me. I was in, like I said, that community media production course, and I remember just like the excitement that I was feeling about CCTV. And I remember like, this is way before I knew about the internship. Like I was talking to Miles there and I was like, man, this would be like sick to work here, And so being able to get on the other side of things and, not only observe it and admire it, but to play around with it and talk to the people working on these things is amazing. And like today, like being here at the Telethon, this huge event, it's really, really special. And even though we're all tired, I'm also invigorated. It has really kept me going. Like maybe it's also the like copious amounts of caffeine I've had, but I think a lot of it is my excitement about CCTV, the work we're doing here. I mean, watching everybody come in and out of the studio today with all of their own experiences and stories. And, while I think it's important to be like, what am I saying? Okay, well, I've been also streaming the telethon before. So, I mean, having that like community member perspective, like watching that go down, but then also seeing it in person, really unique. So, yeah.
Awesome. We have just about 4 minutes left here in Studio B. So real quick, I want to give you each a minute, and then we're going to do some advertisement. If you could encapsulate your experience in one word, you can't use it, or one sentence, you can't use any of the words you already used before, but like, what was the largest shock to you? What was one thing you weren't prepared for when you came into CCTV that you feel prepared for now?
You want to go first?
Oh man.
Hold on. No, because like that's. I was thinking of like one word to like this.
Not one word.
One word.
Give me a sentence.
Okay, give you a sentence. Okay, that. Remind me what?
What were you not prepared for before that you feel prepared for now?
Prepared for now. One thing that I guess I was. Oh, thank you. Okay, I guess one thing that I wasn't prepared for would be involvement. I didn't think I'd ever be this involved in my community ever, because I've never really seen myself as like part of any community until like pretty recently. Okay, that low-key doesn't make sense, but like trust me on this. All right, I saw like everything I did was just as an individual. I didn't know I had like a larger impact on other people. I mean, obviously, on like a smaller scale, but also like, what I mean, like on my city, on my town, on my friends, on my school. Like I thought I was just working for me. But when I was here, I realized that the things I can do and the actions and choices that I make affect more than just me. And I think that's really important to recognize, that we all have impact in our community and in general.
Yeah, I think for me, I went into working here passionate, but I didn't expect for that to grow. I expected it to be like, okay, it's a job, but it was so much more than that, I feel like. And I feel like anybody who's ever been to CCTV or talked to people who work with CCTV, see that passion in like everything that we do here. And I really didn't expect that. Also, like coming in with, not as much experience and not as much knowledge, feeling so accepted, and everybody's been so like, I don't know, they've been letting me do my thing. They've been inspiring my confidence, and I didn't expect to grow so quickly. And it's just been awesome.
Thank you, you two, and thank you for keeping me awake for the past 6 hours. I really appreciate that. Remember, if you would like to protect the archives and protect the interns' work, donate to CCTV, the CCTV archives, you can call 802-862-3966. You can also donate online on telethon.cctv.org. The average tape only lasts about 20 years. Many of our tapes are older than that. We have an archive going back to the last 41 years of Burlington history and memories. And if we are ready in Studio A over here, we're going to throw it on over to Miss Vermont 2025, Miss Vermont's Teen 2025, and Miss Little Red Clover, too. Awesome. Thank you.